you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. Hey, what's up? What's up? It is your favorite breast cancer survivor, Survivor Speaks, and I am back with another live stream. So today's live stream is sponsored by Restream. It's the streaming platform that I use. I'm also a partner of this platform. So there is a code down below. If you use the code, your girl may just get compensated, but at no extra charge to you. All right, so you can stream to over 30 different platforms depending on the package that you choose. And also, you can go ahead and take advantage of the basic package for the free 99. All right, so the music that's playing in the background, the music was created by no one. His link will be down in the chat if you want to have some music created for the back of your videos. You would be able to go ahead, sub up to no one, and you two can work out the details for yourself, because I don't have anything to do with this business. All right, so today we are covering the case of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell. This is a tragic case. It is currently streaming live. However, we were going over a different case, and so now we're going to be covering this case live. So we're going to catch up this weekend so that on Monday when they go live, we'll be live streaming this trial moving forward. So let me just give you a little background about the trial. So this is the trial. This trial has been long awaited. It's the case of Evelyn Boswell. She's 15 months old, missing in December of 2019, but she was not reported as being missing until February of 2020. This sparked a widespread search that ended tragically when her remains were discovered the following month. So as you know, her mother, Megan Boswell, decided that it was a good idea for her to take the town on a wild goose chase. Had them going in and out of the rabbit hole. Down the rabbit hole we go, as she came up with story after story after story after story about where her child was. She had doctor's visits. They were wondering why she didn't bring the baby into her visits. She did not cancel the visits. She just decided to just not go and just, leave everybody wondering about where baby Evelyn Boswell was. She's such a little cutie as well. So if you remember, I've created an emoji for baby Evelyn Boswell, and it is below. I'm going to share it now and drop it in the chat. She was such a cutie, and my heart breaks completely for Emily and for her loved ones. So join us as we break down the latest updates from this courtroom. We're going to analyze key testimony and discuss the evidence presented in this heartbreaking case. So what will the prosecution reveal, and how will the defense respond? So if you did not see, or you're not up to date on this case, I have cut the prosecutor's opening statement. I think they did an awesome job with the opening statement, and it is linked under the live, under the videos. You have to click videos, and you'll see the prosecution's opening. I did not clip the defense opening because I don't think it's worth clipping. I think that the defense attorney is very disrespectful. I understand he has a client to protect, and he needs to defend her at all costs, because she does deserve a defense in a trial that's going to be judged by her peers, right? A jury of her peers. But then there's also a way that you can respect the situation and not have to degrade this baby any further. So I have already have such a bad taste in my mouth about the defense attorney. He said, all we keep hearing is justice for Emily. That's the first thing. What do you mean? All you keep hearing is justice for Emily. And then he had to throw out a caveat, because the next thing that he said was so disgusting. I hope that the world is watching. Like I said, she deserves a defense, but you don't get to keep dragging this baby. This is a baby. And so his next thing was, okay, let me just put this out there, because what I'm about to say, I know a lot of people are going to have something to say about it. Emily is already gone. So he's like, and he kind of did like with his shoulders, like, so, well, Emily's already gone. So what do you mean? What do you mean? Did you hear about the? And I know that you've heard and you've seen the same the evidence that we can't even see, because they're not going to show us the pictures. Thank goodness. Trigger warning. If something like this is going to bother you, I do. What do you mean? Wait, hold on. Something is playing. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm starting hearing voices. That's my phone. I'm like, I'm hearing double. So, if something like this bothers you and it's going to trigger you, I'm just going to ask you to just go ahead and log off, because I don't want to trigger anybody. But I also need to, we need to bring awareness to communities. And I also want to say to parents, if you have a child and you're feeling overwhelmed, you're feeling mentally drained, you feel like everything the child does angers you, you feel like, oh, I had this child, my life has stopped, I cannot do anything, everything, this child has to come first, before everything, because apparently that is what was going on in Megan's brain. She got a boyfriend after the baby was missing. According to the prosecution, she moved in with this the boyfriend and started to travel. The boyfriend had some money, I guess, and they started traveling. And she was just traveling like her baby was not sitting in a shed in a garbage can, with aluminum foil wrapped around her head, plastic wrapped around her head, in a garbage bag with garbage. She was found in a tall kitchen garbage can. But she's traveling the world. What? No, where do they do that at? I'm outraged. And I have every right to be, and everybody else should be outraged. Because they have it now. You can bring a baby to the hospital. Hey, I cannot take this baby. Please take this baby off my hands. They'll turn the baby over to the proper authorities. You can bring the baby to the police station. Hey, can you get somebody down here? I cannot handle this anymore. I need somebody to take this baby. They are not going to charge you with any crime, because as a matter of fact, they put that into place to save for, to safeguard children. So you do have those options. Or call somebody in your family. I can't take it no more. This child is getting on my nerve. Can you take her? Call the father. Can you take the baby? Like you told them she was with the father, but he's in active duty in the military. So how in the heck was he going? How was he going to take the baby? It's a lot. So we're going to catch up this weekend, and we are going to go ahead and be live streaming this as of Monday. Okay, so tune in and share your thoughts in the chat, and stay informed as we follow this trial in real time as of Monday. So if you're joining us for the first time, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button as a free way to show support to the channel, and turn on all your notifications so you never miss a live stream or video upload. And if you're watching live today, jump into the chat. We want to hear your thoughts and questions throughout the show. And so we have like the best mods on the YouTube. I said it. They are the best mods on the YouTube here. And so they make sure that the chat is well balanced and that there is no disrespectful comments being left. They will remove them. And if you are someone that continues to make disrespectful comments, they will boot you out of here. They have that right. But we're going to give you a chance. Unless you're totally disrespectful from the door, you will be booted immediately. So they have the authority to do that. And I have one of the coldest mods on these YouTube streets that is the captain of the mod squad. Her name is Cha Diggy. Cha Diggy is not playing with you. She really makes all the decisions, with me, about the mods, and she handles all mod business. I don't handle mod business anymore. So if you have any questions about modding, please refer to Cha Diggy. She will tell you what it is, what it's not, and that's just that. So let's see who's in the chat so we can get started on the video right away. We got my girl Jazzy T up here in the house. Thank you for all you do, Jazzy T, for your background work. Jazzy T also is, leads our PI team over here. So she's going to be dropping her, because I think that, it's a good thing to support them as well. So I know that some of the mods don't want to drop their Cash App links, but Jazzy T you could drop your Cash App link in the chat. And if you feel like you want to donate to her, it's voluntary, not mandatory, but, it's a nice way to show. Thanks, about how they work in the chat and keep it going. We got Tat Not Clouds in the chat. Tat Not Clouds, she doesn't know it, but she's back up to the captain moderator. Always over here showing love in the chat and just going. We got no one in the chat. Like I said, no one is in the bushes. No one, but if I call no one, he in the bushes, we gonna show up. He's gonna show up. Like, I'm here. What's up? What's going on? So no one is responsible for the music that's playing in the background. Like I said, his link is going to be dropped in the chat. Sub up to no one. Reach out to him if you need music for the back of your video, and no one will. You can work that out with him directly. Let's see who else is we got up in here. Jazzy T, Jazzy. Okay, so yeah. So I know Cha Diggy is on the run today. She was here earlier, so I don't understand why I cannot. All right, so she was here before I started, so it's not showing up over here. So, but she's in here. She's here. I have to say, Cha Diggy. I'm not calling you Cha. I don't need you in the chat. All I gotta do is say, Cha Diggy. The Cha Diggy is going to pair. So yeah, so let's get right into it. This is a trigger warning. So I'm going to leave that up there. And we're going to bring the video on. And we're going to get started on day 2. Yeah, we're going to start it on day 2. like I said, and then on Monday we will be all caught up. All right, here we go. And you guys feel free to drop that Emily's emoji in the chat if you are a member. It seemed like when I turn this music down, this music just wants to just keep, I don't know, the music just keeps increasing in volume. All right, so here we go. Wait, hold on. I forgot. I'm sorry. We got new merch. We got new merch in the merch shop. We got Mini Viber merch. We have Hood Viber merch. What other merch do we have? Listen, your girl is tired. I'm sorry, y'all. So we have other merch in the we have like fight like a queen merch. It is she's fight like a queen. She had with Air Force Ones on the retro Air Forces. That is in. We have that merch. We have 4 different new designs in the merch shop. So, check that out. And we have Hood Viber, Mini Viber, and we have Warrior Viber merch, and then the Fight Like a Queen merch. So that's live now on the website. Check it out. I also have to go in and get the code because there is a code going on right now. I think it's a percentage off. I gotta go and grab it. And I will provide it to the mods so they can drop that in the link as well. So check out the new merch and let me know what you think. Thank you. Almost forgot about that. The new merch. All right, let's go to the video.
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
Wow, look at all that evidence. Dang, y'all see all those boxes? That is all evidence. Wow. Wow.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
Okay. And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Okay. Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her, so she had come by to see the building.
All right. Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Okay. Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, was that Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you the father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit, yes. I believe that was about the time frame, yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay. Did you go pick her up, or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
It was in, she was staying with my mom at the time, so I believe it was in Bluntville.
All right. And so you picked her up, you brought her up here, you said up to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her, or what did you do?
I dropped her off and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here, and I had to come back and pick her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit. And I was, just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Okay. Do you have any conversations with Ms. Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would, answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
Judge, we don't have any questions. All right. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for your testimony. Your release from detention.
Say we call Audrey Gibbs.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you have to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. You need a minute?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. You need to just let me know if you take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would, state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at Central.
Here in Bluntville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. When you say quite often, how often are we, how frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. In 2019 we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is
Yeah,
that right?
yeah.
How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, we hung out the whole time. In the summer I believe she would be 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just, yeah,
Okay. So you were seeing her
quite often.
very frequently during that time?
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
For the most part, it was all right. There was no complaints there, but there were some things that I noticed. Sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, you better buckle in Evelyn and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt. And just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
Okay. She appeared to care for Evelyn?
Yeah,
Love her?
yeah, definitely.
Good mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. We would hang out together. We would, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do family-friendly things. One time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, do you leave Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say Evelyn?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn. Because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. So you always had Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes, and then she just kept saying over and over to me, like, I love you, and just like, I love you, I love you, I love you. And it was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, eventually I had to say, like, I love you too, but, I was trying to tell a story.
Okay. So that was not her normal behavior?
No.
Not the normal way you all would interact?
No, normally, we'd have just like a regular old conversation back and forth.
Okay. Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
After her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes,
Okay. And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. Who's Kyrie?
That's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer my questions if I asked about Evelyn. She would just say, she's good, but she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So
Yes.
do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry. 68. It's Instagram. Yes, Judge. And I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs, just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie May. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay, and the tagline there, Maggie_Wood23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part, that was just like her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but the underpart's the
Okay,
handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left, yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYB. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yeah, so that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWDU, what does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes, she then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her. But we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time, so that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting?
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of sorts and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
All right. Was that a conversation that you all had back on January 24th and the 25th of 2020?
Yes, and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yep.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. Ask to publish it to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is, as we look at on the left part of the screen here on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay. I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's gonna have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
All right. Did you continue to have communication with Ms. Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could because I was like, a new time mom for the first time and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times. And then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out and I was like, "How are you? This is pretty intense." Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you
No.
at that one time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that one?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Size, for you.
Okay.
No questions. Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release in the matter.
Thank you.
State would call Bailey Hawkins.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Bailey Hawkins.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Lovell, Tennessee.
And how long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
Okay. And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Olson Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made in elementary school.
Okay. So would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became contact and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us when you say seeing each other more, how often would you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019, prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Move approach.
Get this way.
Okay, Bailey, you just stated that you recalled going to Speedway and Lights with Evelyn and Megan. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you went?
We went twice.
Okay. And were Megan and Evelyn there both times?
Mhm.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the date?
They were in November.
Okay.
Mhm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was the beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
100 T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And did you ask her, did she tell you who was going to be watching Evelyn during the time that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
Her grandma.
Okay. And did you have knowledge as to what kind of hours that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
It seems like she was pretty much always there. It was like from like open to close,
Okay.
long hours.
Okay. Bailey, I'm going to pass you a document. If you can, try to keep it in order, but just look through it and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize
You
them.
do recognize that? Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit, number 69? I'm sorry, 70. Oh, I'm sorry. What's 69? Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan,
Okay, what did she say to you?
hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay, and when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay, and when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with him.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay. Try to make this not. Okay, I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m., and you're asking if it was just Hunter, and what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him, and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response, or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I say you could bring Evelyn.
And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I felt kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if you can see it okay, is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10, and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn? Okay, so when you say that's so early, does Megan respond to you?
Says even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's gonna get there. Is that bad?
Okay, and then you say, let's hope he gets to him. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess.
If you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What did she say in response to you?
Like not even an I like him content. I'm just content and happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
The same conversation still continuing, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 p.m. now, is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay. And then what does Megan say?
I was so fucking cranky when I came in, I won't lie. And it was like I felt better immediately being around him. My grandma was like, you just want to date him. And I was like, no, woman.
Okay, and you responded to her that he seems like a nice Southern guy. And what did Megan say in response to you?
My grandma's keeping her overnight for two nights and all day. He's a pretty good guy. Like I said, I'm just so content around him.
Okay. And when you say that's good, how does Megan respond to you?
Like I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and came back at 7 to 9:30. I literally just didn't mind. I washed dishes and helped him clean for a little bit, and the only time I left was to go get him.
Okay. Last one for this. Actually, there's two more. Sorry. When you tell her we all need good people to be around, what does she say in response to you?
Yeah, he just makes me happy. I don't know. I enjoy our friendship a lot.
And you respond, and then how does she respond to you?
I didn't even care though. It didn't feel that long.
And the last page of this conversation, starting about 10:59 p.m. What does Megan say to you at that time?
It's 11 and I have to go. I have to be back at work at 4:30 and I'm watching TikToks. I'll be there from 4:30 a.m. until like 8 at night or later.
Okay, and you said OMG, and how did she respond?
I don't even mind whatsoever.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she ever indicate that Evelyn was with her?
She said that Evelyn was with her grandma.
I'm going to pass another document and take a look at. Take your time. Have you had a chance to look at that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 6th, 2019 at 9:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with her by text message that day?
Mhm.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask that to be admitted as the next exhibit, number 71.
Any objection? That's it. Before we go to 71.
Permission to publish? Bailey, again, we're going to go through this just like we did the other ones. You said this started on about 9:10 on December 6, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you regarding her work?
I'm leaving at 11 and coming back at 12, so come by before then.
Okay. And you said okay, then what does she say?
JK, I'm leaving at 10:44, 45.
Is that you were going to go by and visit her? Is that what that conversation?
I guess.
Okay. I know sometimes it's fast. I was just curious. Okay. So at 11:19 a.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm back now. I left again, but I'm with Hunter.
Okay. The same day, around 5:30 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
What are you doing?
And what does she say?
Chilling with Hunter still?
Okay, so just quickly, I'm going to go back. Okay. So that's, and then what does she say at 7:21 p.m.?
I'm going to Hunter's house. Wish me luck.
Okay. And then same day, 11:30 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm home now. I was over there for hours. Holy shit. We just talked. It was nice.
At any time during that conversation, did she mention that she had Evelyn with her? Did she mention where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
I'm going to pass you another document, and it's about 8 pages. You could just take a look at it, try to keep it in order if you can. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit so we can
fine.
all hear you. You said it was text messages between you and Megan?
Yes.
Okay. On what date?
December 7th, 2019
Okay.
at 12:16 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on December 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that to be admitted as Exhibit 72.
You told Exhibit 7.
This is a little bit harder to read because it's a lot of text on one page. So I may zoom in and then we can zoom back out, okay? Okay. So it looks like you started by asking Megan a question. Is that right?
Yeah, I said, how was everything?
Okay. And how did she respond to you?
Good. I'm only coming in work for a little bit today, but on Monday come back and see me. I love you and have a good day at school. Also, Hunter is going to be there after 1, so that's probably when I'll come. So you should stop by then if you do come today, because it's very awkward. Him being like, don't charge them because even employees don't get free stuff. And I know this one chick doesn't like me because of it. Like yesterday, she was bitching about him getting to leave to go do business stuff, and then I left with him twice, and she was obviously pissed when I got back.
Okay. I'm going to try to, let's see. Okay. And what did she, there we go. What did she say after that message that you just read?
I just feel bad because I know there's like 2 people who don't like me because of it, and it makes me feel like a piece of crap.
Okay. The same conversation's continuing at 3:43, is that right? On December 7th. And okay, so what does Megan tell you at 3:43 p.m. on December 7th?
I'm riding around. Want me to pick you up?
Okay, and what do you say?
I'm getting food with Cameron.
Okay, what did she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicated any time that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day.
No.
Okay, so 3:49 p.m., what did she say to you?
Okay, I'm driving. I can't text 1 sec.
Okay. And then you say okay, and how does she respond?
Where am I meeting you?
Okay. And what do you say?
We're about to leave the Bojangles and Piney Flats.
And what do you say? I mean, I'm sorry, what does Megan say in response to you?
I'll meet you there.
Still on December 7th, I'm going to post it in this one too, just in case there's yours, you can't see it in your monitors. Okay. 4:08 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
And then you responded. No, how did you respond?
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll be like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Thank you. It's just me. Evelyn's with Ethan's grandma.
Okay. And had you ever known Megan to leave Evelyn with Ethan's grandparents prior to when she says it this moment? You'll have to answer
I'm
verbally.
sorry. No.
Okay, that's okay. Okay. And then do you recall getting this screenshot from Megan at 5:09 p.m. that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that was regarding, that screenshot?
It was regarding a movie that
Okay.
they were going to go see.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Hunter and Megan.
Okay. And so that's essentially the movie times that they were looking at, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movie is Dark Waters?
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond with a question mark to her, and what does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
And then what does Megan say?
Yeah.
And then what do you say?
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
Is your understanding at this point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows. Yeah. To your knowledge, was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point. Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay, and what did you say?
Could have left him on red and made up an excuse.
Okay. What does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you say that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together. And when I say no, they don't bail. And like this one girl was like, I'll go with you all then. And I was like, bitch, I don't care.
Okay. So that's what IDC is? I don't care?
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. So same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay.
Oh.
And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what did she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked the scene.
Okay. Passing you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, on what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
No objection. Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
at the chicken shack.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay, and you ask her it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay, and then you say not with Hunter? And then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message or in another way that day where Evelyn was? Okay. I'll pass you 2 pages. Same thing, take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 13th, 2019?
Yes.
Read out for that as exhibit number 74, please.
No objection. Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on December 13th. Can you read us the messages out loud, please?
His dad drove his car to work because his dad has a flat tire. I left his house early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay, and what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay. Is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on December 13th at 5:06, what did she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay. And then what did she say after that?
I'm upset yesterday.
Okay. Okay, and then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Hey, I'm sorry, I have my notifications turned off for Messenger. I'm not with Cameron right now, I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's it. I'm so fucking irritated.
Okay, is it skit another, what does that mean, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay,
It might have been a
it's fine.
typo, I'm not too sure.
Okay. Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that like he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town, and then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her, and then within that time period, he like had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it, and then at that point, like he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody, and then then they had shared custody.
Okay, so it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was within, all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly,
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
no,
Did she seem scared in any way?
no.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
It was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
Okay, let's see. A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages. Take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th, 2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 75.
Pleasure. Full exhibit 75.
Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything
No,
confirming that that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
no, she didn't.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Try to make this one a little bit bigger for the jurors. Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm gonna go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got in the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her than having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay. Prior to this text conversation, had she told you where Evelyn was? Other than what we talked, has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was around the time that she said that Ethan had gotten emergency custody.
Okay. Did she say when she was going to be able to see Evelyn again?
She said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're still getting ready while she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay, take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay. Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay. And then at 8:31 p.m., what does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey-dovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just like not in the mood.
And you'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Econo Lodge.
Okay. And then did she say, just read his last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, like right now, he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all like you know. I think I upset him when I left, but I didn't mean to.
And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge that night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and like dissociated. Like as soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean by that?
Just normally, you know, very talkative and, you know, carrying conversation, but that time it was just kind of like, you know, she didn't really say much, and then she just kind of went to bed, and then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, like tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No,
Okay. Did she seem worried?
no,
She seemed scared?
no.
Okay. How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
Like that was like the first time that we ever like spent the night with each other, so I was kind of expecting us to, you know, hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was gonna go hang out with Hunter.
Did she mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'm going to hand you 2 pages. Same thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
And then we'd like to ask that to be made exhibit number 77.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
76.
Permission to publish. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Okay. And then she sends you one more message that date at 5:35. What does she say?
I'll let you know when I'm not at Hunter's. My car is at the shack, and I'm at his house.
Okay.
The approach.
Shout out to the people watching over on Twitter. Just consider running over and hitting the like button over here on YouTube. You guys can go back and watch on Twitter. I see you guys over there. Thank you so much for tuning in on Twitter. I really appreciate you all. Little love for my Twitter and people watching on YouTube and on Facebook. Thank you so much. I don't know. They're just like been sitting here. Or are they watching a video?
Go ahead.
Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
Jazzy, look at your
I don't
message.
remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay.
Oh
How
my
often was she
God,
staying with her?
Jazzy.
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him.
Jazzy,
Was she still staying in her
look
trailer?
at your
or do you know?
message, Jazzy.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Do you remember going to Knoxville
I
with
removed
Megan in
it.
December to visit your friend that had a baby?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day? I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving. Okay. What was her demeanor like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
Okay. Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
I'm going to pass you one page. Take a moment to look at it. And let me know, do you recognize that? What is, okay, what is it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as exhibit number 77. December 23rd. Permission to publish. Okay, I'm going to blow this one up too because it looks a little bit smaller. Okay. On December 23rd at 4:44 p.m., where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? You with Evelyn? Are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Yes, and good.
Okay. And then jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At 4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
And what does Megan say to you?
This is a shame.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
No.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay. Do you have water? Okay. There's tissues up there if you need them, okay? Bailey, do you want to take a break, or do you think you can go on for a few minutes? You can do either one.
One second, please.
Yeah. Look at that. I ended.
All right, is that ready to see?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Ready. One second, please. Maybe seated, thank you.
All right, are you ready to try to continue?
Yes.
Okay. So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that, do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to speak up, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
I know.
Okay. All right. I'll pass you 2 pages. Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78. January 9th. Permission to publish? Okay. So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow,
And then what do you say?
where's Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
I don't know. It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
That's your document. And ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan
Yes.
on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 79. Permission to publish? On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Bowling Rock, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, making you work. Okay. Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Just wanna make sure. Has you 2 pages. Same thing, just take a look and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize the text messages.
Okay, and is there a date on those messages?
January 24th, 2020 at 5:51 p.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation with Megan Boswell on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 80 for the date of January 24th, 2020. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. What does Megan say?
Shout out to Peter Ortiz in the building. So Peter has questions. So let me just give you a background story on what's going on, Peter. So she is, this is the defense's, the prosecution. Did I say defense in here? Yeah. This is the prosecution's case. She's a prosecution witness. So this just started. So we're playing catch up. So actually we'll be streaming from the live on Monday. We're going to start live streaming. So this weekend, I'm catching us up. So this is day 2. This is the prosecution's witnesses. These are so far on the stand today on day 2. They have been all of her ex-friends have been on the stand so far. basically telling what her actions were, how she, and basically it's just showing how she was going on with day-to-day life with not a care in the world. Meanwhile, her child is in a shed, in a garbage can, face down, um, head first. They found her with aluminum foil wrapped around her head. She was in a placed in a garbage bag, and it was a large kitchen garbage can. They showed those videos, not of her per se. They showed the videos of the shed that she was in. She was amongst a bunch of junk. And then they also they showed the garbage can as they found it. But when they got to the more gruesome story, parts of the story, they graded out for us. But unfortunately, the jury had to witness those videos because they have to, decide on her fate. But the jurors were going through it yesterday. I mean, in the video that we saw yesterday, I do have the opening statements from the prosecutors. I have that clip on a separate video, because they did a very good job of like putting this case together and giving you a overview of what the case is going to be about and what the evidence is, going to show. So that video is here on my page too. It's under the video section. And it gives you a pretty good idea of this case and what it is about. So now we're on day 2. So this is one of her ex-friends that is on the stand. And each one of the friends that got on the stand, they were crying before they even started questioning them. And it's very hard for them. Like, they were asking her questions. She lied to everybody. The lies kept getting better and better. And I guess she thought, as she continued to tell them and build on this story and, taking them down the rabbit hole. It's really, really sad. It's bothering me. I'm triggered. I know a lot of people are triggered or are interested in this case. Shout out to my PIs, JT, who's the head of my, the PI team, and the captain moderator, Chad Diggy, who was telling me, oh my God, Survivor, this case. And so shout out to them, because they also are not just moderators over here. And Chad does so much for the channel. And JT is always on it as well. Jazzy T, that is. Always, let me know, hey sis, did you see this? Did you see this? And so I'm watching this with you guys. I'm learning exactly what's going on with this case with you, because I was here covering the channel Halderson case. So I finished up with that, wrapped that up, and now we're going to be covering this case, because it's live. So I want to give another shout out to the people watching over on Twitter. I do appreciate you, but you can continue to watch on Twitter, but just come on over here and just click the link, hit the like button, and you guys can go back over there and watch on Twitter if that's where you want to watch from. And to the people that are watching on Facebook, thank you as well. Same thing. If you could just click that link, come on over here to YouTube, like the video so that we can get the video out into the algorithm. That's a free way that you can support the channel. And so, and as always, donations are option. They're an option, not mandatory, but they're also helpful for the channel. This is a job and work for me. And then also for my moderators, they don't like to drop their Cash App, but if you guys feel like you want to donate to the moderators, they can drop their links in the chat also, because they actually do great work in keeping the channel, the chat, safe. They keep the chat, they interact in the chat, and a lot of times, like, you'll ask a question and the moderators know what's going on, or if not, they are brought up to speed. But a lot of times, like, you'll get a response from the moderators if you have a question in the chat, because they are familiar with what's going on, and Jazzy is very familiar with this case. Chaldigi is not in the chat, but if I call her name 3 times, she'll appear. She's busy doing something today. But she was here this morning, and probably she's in and out, and I know she may be in the bushes watching the chat. We got No One, who is another moderator over here. He is in the bushes. I know he hasn't been feeling well this week, so I don't want to call his name too much because he'll pop up in the chat because he's in the bushes, trust. So we have Jazzy and Tat, that is in live, that is in the chat active right now. And so I want to say I sent out a big great thank you to them in the chat. And so Tat is like, that's my backup to my Chaldigi, the captain moderator. So she'll be doing some things as that Chaldigi does soon. I just need to bring her up to speed on that. And then that's it. So let's get back to the video. And like I said, shout out to the head of my PI team. That's Jazzy T. And she's also a moderator here on the chat. She does so much, love her so much. Laugh always, make sure that the likes are liking. And there it is. And they see, No One, I said his name. I knew he was going to pop in, but No One hasn't been feeling good. And also he has some other things going on, but he is definitely in the bushes and definitely watching. Late Night with Mookie. Mookie is another moderator. He was just here. He's probably popping in and out. So thank you all for your support. Thank you all for being here. So we will be live again later on today. I'm going to put the thumbnail up for that as well. Because we're going to be catching up on this case so that we can be live Monday, live loud in the living, excuse me, and in living color. So thank you all for being here. And Peter, you should be all caught up, Peter. Peter, let me send down a little love for Peter, because Peter is in the chat today, this morning. So let's send out Peter a little love, okay? And then also, there you go, live boom, like a live boom reaction, but it just doesn't have any sound. So all right, let's get back to the video. Also, we got new merch. New merch is live. We got mini Viber merch. We have Hood Viber merch. We have Gangsta Viber merch, but it's under Warrior Viber. And we also have Fight Like a Queen merch, which is pretty dope. So all of those things are live on the website today. So thank you all so much for being here, and let's get back to the show. And I'm wearing one of my merch shirts. This is this is me. All of these graphics are actually me. I took a portion of my portfolio, my modeling portfolio. I'm a retired published paid model, so I took a portion of my portfolio and animated it. So but the pictures are actually of moi, and so yeah, we have those have been on the merch shop. So let's get back into it. So check it out. The link will be we'll post the link, the merch link in the chat. We also have teddy bears on there. They're wearing the shirts with the merch on it. We also have some coffee, tea mugs, all of the above. Check it out.
Say to you at 5:51 on January 24th, 2020.
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
And then what do you say to Megan?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
Wow. Wow. A little boy.
Same thing. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your messages with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81. Permission to publish. What do you ask Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
When you have Evelyn with you, I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I haven't seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
Meanwhile, she's decaying. That's crazy.
January 2020. Have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
There's the relevance.
I'm going to ask it a different way, okay? You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point, is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
Tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. When you say she was posting pictures, where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I obviously didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that we would talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay. Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes?
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
There was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or there was always an answer.
Okay. That's your one more document. 5 pages.
I recognize these.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82. Permission to publish. And would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. What do you say to Megan at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd?
I just got out of control. Why did you tell me Ethan had her if she's sick? If he's sick, he still hasn't seen her since December. I hope we can find out. Just you. If whoever you said has her that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit, okay? You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then, can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
Okay. And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn as much as you do. And I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person to come to.
And the conversation continues. You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay, or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst. You say, God, that makes me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. And who are you talking about there? Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot, and this is a lot. Then you ask her, did he, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him, but after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time
Wow.
you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert? And what does Megan, let me make that smaller. What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Did Megan ever tell you anything different other than the things we've already talked about? The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes, on February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day, and she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did you get concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything, so it's kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of, everything was too much at that point, so it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay. It's the last thing I'm going to hand you, okay? I know this is a lot. Okay. So you just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a receipt from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Echo Lodge. I'm not sure what it is. Okay, it's on February 22nd, when I dropped her off at Echo Lodge.
Okay. So you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay. So did you, for lack of a better term, did you get a room? You pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay. You're going to read off for that as exhibit number 83. I don't need that one. I don't need okay. Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to go away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did you stay there alone? Or,
No, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you, okay?
Hold on, y'all. What happened? They said, can they approach? Hold on, y'all. Okay, so yeah. They approach. Give me one more minute to a moment to bring over the all right, so let me go to Court TV. I was watching it from a different feed, and they kind of cut up. So let me just go to Court TV and pick it back up where we left off. Um, Peter, Peter says, I guess Jazzy T is in lurking mode. Peter, Jazzy, where you at? Peter's looking for you. Oh, what is DP? The unalivened penalties that he's talking about. He's saying that it should be a DP case. Unalive her, is what he's saying. All right, let me just. Oh, so where I started it from, excuse me, that must have been the. So I don't even understand why. So the detective, we left off where the detective was on the stand for day one. I was wondering why I went there. But I'm using this other channel, and so we need to we're gonna go back. It looks like that may have been the end of the video where they chopped it up at, but I thought that was the day two, the whole thing. So yeah, this is where we're gonna go back to. She was done on the stand, but let's get into this. We left off last night where a detective was on the stand. Sorry about that. And this is day two with the continuation of this detective. So we're going to go here and watch it from here. Tat says she agrees with you, Peter. If you are a member, please drop some Evelyn emojis down in the chat. She has her own channel emoji. This case is a lot. It's heavy. So I know that they're focused on Evelyn in the trial, but also they're focused on Megan. She doesn't deserve anything, but she needs to be sitting exactly where she is. She needs to be facing justice as she is. But then we want to make sure that we're actually, remembering what this case is really about. And it is about justice for Evelyn. And so we want to, make sure that we are remembering her. As cute as she is, I'm not going to say was, as cute as she is, and she'll always be 15 months old to all of us. A life cut so short, it is just, the unthinkable. How can you do this to your child? And even though we might not find out exactly what happened and how she got the way she is, I'm sure the state has probably made their, put together a theory. At least we have her remains. At least they had her remains, and and they can put her away properly. And now it's time for a mother to get justice. So I want to break this up a little bit just to bring a little light before we start this. Bring my good friend on. He's feeling away. And so he's not, I had to tell him, let the courts do their job. Come on, friend. let the courts do their job. But so we're going to bring a little light to this. I'm going to bring my friend on because, you know, he keeps sending me messages and I'm just like, listen, the court got it. But let's bring my little friend on so that we can break this up a little bit, have a little laugh. We're not laughing at the case. I just like to bring some light to things when it's very, very heavy. This case is absolutely heavy. So I had a hard time sleeping yesterday, you know, thinking about Evelyn. And, you know, sometimes your mind wonders what she could have went through. And I'm trying to take my mind off it, but I just can't. It's ridiculous. But here's my friend. I want to break it up. I want to laugh a little. So
Bitches can't beat.
let's do that
I
real
even
quick.
let you get the first swing before I whoop that ass and drag you in the street. I don't know what you heard about me. Ain't no Zach and Cody, ain't shit sweet. I fold you up like some pants with a pleat and lay you flat out like a loose leaf sheet. Good night, that bitch sleep. Don't wake the hoe up neither. Bitch. Roll this up.
So just something for us to laugh a little bit before we get back into this heaviness. Because this case is heavy. And so just before we get back into it, I wanted to just bring a little light, little laugh to, you know, to your hearts, because it definitely is heavy. So let's get right back into the video.
I believe we were beginning cross-examination. Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. President. How are you?
Good morning, sir. Fine, thank you.
I want to start where General Harper left off yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked, you conducted an interview of Megan on February the 25th of 2000.
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Licklider from the Sheriff's Department.
And in that interview, you talked with her about the child being dead
Yes, sir.
and some other things.
Yes, sir.
But this time we'd ask to show that video.
Let me lay a towel on with you. Go. Oh, not very in. You know this, okay. You know that. If I tell you I think you all that.
Oh,
Don't
God.
Don't wait as long as don't do long. Okay. This is for your baby. This is to give her property where she is.
There's only two places I think that where she
Where she
She
is.
said they put her somewhere close to that. I think she's somewhere at that house.
Okay, his house.
Maybe somewhere like, you know, that like the dog store. I think she's either there or she's somewhere at that. Or she's somewhere close.
Underneath the donkey hunters.
I don't know. She don't either. I'm just,
Is that what you're trying to tell me? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
that's just my theory. But she has to be
No,
more
we're
close.
not working with fears, son. You bring her
He
home.
said that she was somewhere close to the only two places I can think that he would take her.
You were honest with you? Okay, but you know this.
I don't know for sure. I'm trying to help you all. I swear I am at this point in time.
This is the beginning. Okay, let's bring her home. Let's bring her home.
There's no other places I think that he's even talked to take her. Still not very well.
Well, regardless of time, there has to be a reason that you know that. Okay? Because that
He said she was somewhere close.
in that time, there's only X amount of places she could be. Okay? But you're specifically narrowed down those two places. Right? You know that.
She was somewhere close.
Help me with this, Megan. When he took her out with the driver, how was she dressed?
You know that picture I have of her? She put her all pink.
So she's in the penguin suit. She was wrapped up in her blanket.
She was wrapped up in
Did you give her to him?
pink or something.
You picked her up, or was she?
On the bed. I held her for hours. I didn't want to let her go.
That's okay. We need to bring her home. Okay? We need to bring her home today. Just tell us where we can go get her.
I don't know for sure. I told you, or I think she's at.
Okay, hold on. You held her for hours.
Yeah.
She was in what? Well, how was she dressed?
You know that picture of me and her were sitting outside the trailer and she was
Yes.
on the two of them. Purple. He's big on.
Yes. And she was wrapped up in a blanket.
Like a dark colored blanket. A big fleece blanket.
And he took her from you? Where did he put her? What car was he driving?
I read the car.
The red car? Did he put her in the trunk?
I don't know. I didn't go out
Did
there.
you go outside with him? What time of day was it?
It was close to the dark.
Was it close to dark or was it
It was
dark?
close to the dark.
What day was it?
I don't know what day it was for sure, to be honest with you.
So, how long was he gone?
I was looking at hour.
Was it 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 minutes?
Maybe like 45. And he kept saying she's somewhere close, Papa.
Did he ever take you back to where it was? Between then and now? And this was in December, early December. Was it after you started working at the
She was
chicken?
after summer.
How long after?
Not too long.
You started on Monday, right?
Right?
Was it Tuesday?
No, it was a week or two after.
It was a week or two after.
Close for 2 weeks.
So about December 10th. What do you remember about that day? Did you wake up or what happened?
I don't know. I don't know wrong. I don't think I did. I think he did it. It was an accident. He
So
told
he
me
was
to
taking
hurt
away
her.
with you? Was the three of y'all together?
He
Is
was
that
in between us.
okay?
I should have put her just on my side. I slept there almost every night of her life before that, and I never once rolled over on her.
But when you woke up, she wasn't breathing. Is that what you're telling us?
Her head was like buried in a pillow. She wasn't breathing.
Okay. So there. So do you tell him, hey,
I was panicking. He was like, well, you can't call anyone. We're both going to
why
go to
can't you
jail.
call someone
Because he said we were both going to go to jail if he didn't care of it.
for her just rolling over, or you rolling over on him or on her?
I don't think I rolled over on her. I don't know if he did an accident or what. Like I said, I slept with her like her whole life before that. With her up against me right next to me, I never rolled over on her.
We need to bring her home, baby. You need that peace. Mom needs that peace. Everybody needs that peace. We need that peace. Help us bring her home. You're the only one that
I
knows.
told you all the only places I know he could have went.
Where? Name it.
My dad's in his house.
When you say your dad's, where are you talking about your dad?
I'm Bloody Creek.
Because he wouldn't have taken her inside the house and said, hey, Tommy.
Well, I don't know. I just know there was
Why
a
would he take her back to Tommy's?
He said he was going to take her somewhere close.
See, I don't think you would have taken her to Tommy's. That's too much of a risk. Why would he do that?
I don't know.
What if your dad would have caught him? I don't think she went there.
Look, can you all just please check and then
We're
check
going to check
everybody?
everywhere we believe she may be.
Okay.
But again, we need to understand where she's at.
I don't know for sure where she's at.
When you say for sure,
I just have guesses and I've told you two what they are.
and why has Hunter never spoke to you about this?
I don't want to
When he
know.
came back, what did he say?
I'll put her somewhere close.
Did he say how he put her?
No, I
Did he
didn't
throw
want
her in
to
the
know.
trash can? Did he throw her in the lake? Did he bury her?
I didn't want to know.
What did he say?
Just that she was somewhere close and not to worry about it.
Megan, you lied to us for 6 days now. I need
Call
you
it
to
out.
be truthful with me today.
I am being truthful.
No, just hear me out, okay? I need you to be truthful with me today. We're getting there. We need her brought home. She don't need to be laying out in the woods in the cold anymore. She needs to be buried. She deserves that. You need to help us bring her home. Please. Tell us where she's at.
I don't know for sure. I really don't. I don't want to know.
How you don't want to know?
I think you do, Maggie. I think you're scared to tell them.
I don't. I told you the only two places I think she could be.
When you say the boat dock, what do you mean by the boat dock?
I don't know. Maybe he buried her there or what.
Did he mention the boat dock?
No, but he said he took her somewhere close and he wasn't gone very long.
Did he drive away with her? Was she placed in the trunk?
I don't know for sure.
You didn't look out the window.
No, I didn't want to.
Who did you call?
Nobody. I was scared to call anybody.
Did he call you while he was gone?
No.
And it was dark. Close to getting dark.
It was dark by the time he got back.
It was light when he left and dark when he got back. We need to bring her home. If she's laying out there somewhere, she deserves better than that.
I don't know. I told you the only two places I could think he could take her.
Oh, yeah.
property.
What should we tell her?
I don't know.
She buried on that property?
I don't know if she is or she isn't. I really don't know. There's a few places I know that he has had time to go to.
Did her take a shovel?
No.
Did he take a trash bag? Did he carry her out in that blanket, a box, or a box? Jump into the
I
box?
stayed in the bedroom. I just had her wrapped up in a dark colored blanket.
How big was this blanket?
It was like a normal size, like fleece blanket.
So when you say wrapped her up, you describe it to me.
Like, you know, you swaddle a baby.
Okay. So did you leave her face exposed?
That was so stupid. I didn't want her to be cold, so I wrapped her up in a blanket.
So she was, her whole body was wrapped up.
Except for her face. You know how you swaddle a
Her face was
baby?
open.
You know how you swaddle a baby?
Mhm.
So I wrapped her up. I didn't want her to be cold.
Well, we're pretty cool anyway. She's still out there and I need to bring her home. And you can help us with that part.
There's only two places I'm trying to go look for it. I need that.
So Hunter's dock, underneath Hunter's dock.
Or just around the dog.
Okay?
I don't think if he did take her to his house, he's not stupid enough to, you know what I mean, just put her somewhere inside the house. The guy owns property right next to that place too.
How long did you hold her?
For a long time.
All day?
I didn't want to let her go.
How did you know she was dead?
Because she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open.
She wasn't breathing. I tried to give her CPR, but it was like, she was already gone.
How did you try to give her CPR?
Mouth to mouth.
What else?
That's it. I just held her. Like,
She gagged or anything while you were trying to give CPR to her?
no.
How did she feel?
What do you mean?
Was she cold?
No.
She's still warm? What about the color?
She was
Was she blue?
No, not really.
What did she look like?
She was like her. As the day went on, she got colder, and that's when I put her in the blanket, so I didn't want her cold.
And you don't remember what day that was?
No. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to block it out of my memory as much as I can.
Where would you look at your day?
I don't know if that's a lot of property back through there.
Back behind his house? So where does that connect to? Where does the back of his property connect to?
I don't know. Where did it go?
So
He knows that's what's there, and then that creek and like right up to the asphalt, stuff like that.
you're shooting one of those asphalt piles.
I don't know, I really don't.
Is there a lot of asphalt piles on his property?
I don't know if there is any or not.
So I've not been out there, I don't know, I'm asking.
I,
Again, that's what I'm trying to do, maybe. Help us bring her home. She don't deserve another night out there in the cold and alone. She needs to be brought home.
I don't know, I really don't. I don't know if he took her in the trash can or not. When he came back and was gone, I didn't want to ask.
Your
You
trash
just
can
told on herself.
trailer was gone.
I didn't want to ask.
Was there a dumpster anywhere there close?
I don't know, you have to look.
No, to where you, when you lived there. What did you normally do with your trash?
Took it to the road and then the trash can.
So you said took a trash can, the inside trash can, the outside trash can,
Inside.
just what you kept in the kitchen.
She telling on herself. You said you didn't know, and then now
You said you said
you
that
mentioning
one
the you mentioning the trash can.
When you woke up and she wasn't breathing, you tried to give her CPR. What did her eyes were open? Were they bloodshot?
No.
Were there any bruising around her eyes?
No.
She just looked like she always did, just like she was at peace asleep.
No, her eyes were open.
Her eyes were open. Not bloodshot or bruised.
Not really, no.
Because I can't help but think that's probably
Nope, they don't.
lasting
Nope.
image that you think about Evelyn.
Not at all.
So you know her bloodshot eyes were bloodshot or not, or black, and you're not saying they were. Okay, that they were just open.
I didn't want to let her go. She wasn't cold, and when she started to get cold, I thought that like her out here, but I didn't want her to go home.
What woke you up? Was she choking or crying
No. I just woke
or
up.
kicking?
No.
If we talked to Hunter, what would he tell us?
The same thing he's been telling you, that he's never met Evelyn because he told me not to tell anybody that he would go back to jail.
If he has never met Evelyn, how do we make that connection that he has?
I don't know.
Was he ever out in public with her? During this time, how long had you all started dating?
Not long.
Talking about not long, like a week,
Yeah.
a couple of weeks, a month? So prior to you starting at the chicken shack,
No, I didn't know Hunter.
you didn't know him.
No.
So the first day you met him was an interview for that job?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know.
You started on Monday.
Right. I think it was a couple of days
The day
before.
before, like on Friday or Saturday?
It was probably like a day or two before.
Did you go there in person and fill out an application?
Yeah. Evelyn said
And
the
that's
car
the
was
first
going
time?
for Bailey.
Okay, and that's the first time you ever saw him.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
I just filled out an application, that's it.
Did he ask you out on a date when I'm
No, not until I started working there.
So you started working, he said, okay, you're hired. You started working on December 2nd, on a Monday, correct? And then start farting at work. And tell me what happened. Joe got on a date, Monday night, Tuesday.
I
Tell me
don't
about it.
remember the day, I really don't.
Whatever day, whenever you say the first day after the application, that that's the first time you met him, you started working, which we know that's on a Monday, that's easy. Y'all started flirting at work. Did y'all go out Monday night, that first night?
No, I don't remember what night we went out. I'm just being honest, I really don't.
Okay. But at some point, he started staying with you at the camp, or at the trailer.
Just one night.
He stayed in one night. A minute ago, you said he stayed a couple of nights.
I didn't say that.
You said he had slept together.
Just the one time.
Said y'all slept together in the bed with her between,
Me and him.
not with her.
She slept in between us.
And so I'm saying, you said you've done that a couple of nights and
No, I said I've done it 1,000 times where she slept with me. Like her whole life, she slept with me in bed.
And then the one night he stayed.
Which,
was
what,
the first night
hold on now.
I mean, no, he'd seen her like in the car with me at the chicken shack.
Okay. Like a couple of days. When you went to get the application, when you applied with Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
And
I came to measure the parking lot. They wanted it redone, and I had her in the car with me.
When was that?
I don't know a day.
But you told these guys the other day, y'all went through a timeline. I think y'all wasn't in there. But y'all went through a timeline.
I don't remember what day I measured the parking lot. I really don't. The day they opened, I came back to the drive-thru after I left, and she was in the car with me too.
Mm-hmm.
In the back seat, her car seat. The pink and gray one you all had.
Do you think he took her in that trash can?
I don't know, but it was gone. I never wanted to know.
And that's the only two places.
I don't know, where else it's close. I think my dad owns those storage units across from the trailer. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Does Hunter have a storage building rented from him or something there?
No, but I mean,
Or do you?
no, they're abandoned.
Where would you put the baby at there?
I don't know, you are asking me guesses, I'm giving them to you. He likes the lake a lot.
Does he have a boat or anything like that?
He used to.
When you talk about the boat dock, you mentioned boat dock. What do you mean by that? Is he on a boat dock or?
They're behind his dad's house. If you go to 1770 Point Drive and look in the backyard, there's 3 huge ass boat docks. I promise you, you will not miss them. They're wide.
Oh wow! See how her tone changed?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay.
But of those 3 huge ones that you have, which,
I don't know.
where would you think?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. The only thing I think of is maybe put her in the lake or something.
You think you would walk in from there and walk down to the lake? What do you?
There's no water there right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would have to walk down the dock and walk to the lake.
Well, you can get to the lake not too far from my trailer. Because it was Lakeview Mobile Home Park before my dad.
Is there a place you can drive down from there?
I really don't know, to be honest. Isn't there like an access, something on Sugar
That's
Hall?
what I'm asking, I don't know.
There is. You're talking about the ramp, the new ramp they built down there? There is. You talking about the one on Sugar Hall, or you talking about the one on the Ball Bridge? Just before the bridge. They built a new ramp down there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay. Which one are you talking about on Sugar Hall?
Well, I just passed the one that's the Sugar Hall access part.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me talk to my mom.
You're welcome. Let us put this baby to rest. Okay? You come off that one. Alright, we talked. This is
Those are the only places I know for you all to look, I swear.
You're positive.
Positive.
Because listen,
Those are the only places you can get there.
you're telling me all these other stories that you told me. All those before, those are lies. This is the truth.
This is the God's honest truth.
Okay? That timeline, all the dates that you gave, all that stuff prior, all that stuff was made up. And you want, why do you want to come clean now? What benefit do you have?
I don't, but you talk to me. Be honest with me.
Is it for me or is it for your baby?
For my baby, but you're the one who were like, hey, like, it's been going on long enough, you know what I'm saying?
It's time to put an end to it. You have no idea.
I told you the only places I think you could have went in that short time frame.
I'm gonna step in here, I'm gonna try to look at the map for most places.
If you bring me a map, and I'll try to mark on it where I think.
You agree, babe?
Okay.
All right, well, I'm gonna grab a chair. Here we got some maps. Let's see. We got that one. 543 Muddy Creek. Is that his dad's?
No, it's not. This is his dad.
Okay, so we got 3 maps here. So here, just take this and get you. I know they're kind of small. This is where, that's where you were staying, I think, right? That's the
Yeah,
track.
this is Buffalo Road.
Okay, this is Sandy Point Street.
Yeah.
This is Muddy Creek Road. And this is where your trailer was, right? Is that right there?
Well, where's the access point on Sugar Hole Road?
So,
Is this it right here?
you got Sugar Hollow and then you should have Ball Beach here.
And there's Sugar Hole Road.
Shaking big.
Because it's right across from here, there's like storage building, like going back up towards that, whatchamacallit.
But you said those are empty, right? Or,
They
who own
should
those?
be- I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not my dad, my mom just really.
You just mark wherever you think, like I said, you'd mentioned that he had just a limited amount of time.
Well, there's the orange place back name on this side.
Okay,
that
but
we were
then you
looking
just
at.
mark where,
This is like the storage unit.
and is that the boat dock?
That's an access part of Sugar Hole.
Where's his dad's house? Is that here?
Yeah. Well, I don't know anywhere else except for there and Muddy Creek.
Okay, well, just mark that, mark what that is, boat docks. But your lake's down. Is his,
So I just put Randy's house.
yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anything else you can think of? And if you don't care, just mark, it's, I don't think storage. I think from what you're telling me, if she's in one of these 2 places, so just write what she was wearing, if you don't care. And that's just whatever, what'd you say her clothing was? Was it her little jumpsuit, purple fleece,
Sleeper.
and a sleeper, or was she wrapped up in a blanket? Now notice, hey, this might be hard for you. Write down how she was. Her eyes open. Just like she was sleeping, right? No bloodshot, but they were open. She was warm. And all her color was there. She wasn't blue or gray or anything like that, right? Okay. All right. And that would have been 1st of December. Okay, is that right? Like the first week,
Second week, probably.
2nd week. And that's December. Anything else you can think of? Anybody else you think Hunter may have told? His best friend, his, I mean, I'm just asking, you may or may
The only
not.
person I know that he's really close to is his mom.
Do you think she knows anything?
His mom would defend him like to the end of the earth.
Okay.
Because I know exactly he's gonna be like, well, I have anything to do with that. He's gonna go back to jail, and his mom will like sit and support him on whatever the hell he says to her.
What else he been in jail for?
I don't know.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I don't.
All right. Let me go out here. Do you need to leave, or you want to hang out here? What do you want to do?
Well, I can't leave.
Huh? Why not?
I figured you all were going to arrest me after I told you.
For what?
For withholding information.
Why would we arrest you?
For withholding information and feeding an investigation.
Well, here's how this works, and again, I'm not talking to you much, but I need you to understand. Number one, I need you to understand that I'm not going to lie to you about anything, okay? That's not what I'm in the business of doing. I need you to understand, too, that we confer with the DA's office, okay? Before we make any kind of decision like that, that's out of our hands. But I need you to understand that I can help you, okay? You've not helped yourself at all during this whole ordeal. You know that. You're not done. No way in shape or form are you done, Megan. You're smarter than this and what you've let on. You have lied repeatedly, more times than we. And to be honest, didn't you go on the news last night and say that TBI? Who? You go on the news last night and tell that TBI is not doing our job. You've been up here 100 times. How many TBI agents you see running around? How many Sullivan County investigators you see running around? How many FBI agents you see? We are breaking our backs to bring her home. Then you go out there and do that. That bothers us. But again, we're not in it for anything but to get and bring her home. And you hold the key to that. So with that being said, we're the only ones that can help you. And what I mean by that, and I want you to hear me out, what I mean by that is that when we talk to that DA's office and when they say, hey, what did she, well, they're going to say, hey, because we have talked to them, we know she's lied for 6 days now, 5 days, whatever it is. I haven't seen them. Many of us have not seen a full night's sleep in well over a week because of this. But when they go to and say, hey, what did she tell you other than the lies? Because how many lies have you told us? How many? Dozens? Just say it. Let me help you. I'm here to help you. How many lies have you told us?
A lot.
A lot. Every day you've talked to us, right? I need to go to him, the DA, and say, look, I get it, she lied. She was a scared mother who didn't know what to do. Okay? But today, when he and I were in here and talked to us, when you first talked to him, she started to tell us the truth. That truth is what's going to be able for me and him to go to the DA and say, hey, we know she told all these lies. She's telling the truth now. We can help her. We'll go to bat for her. And that's what we're willing to do, is to go to bat for her. Regardless of how many lies you told, we can start over right now. And I can go to bat for you and say, hey, look, she was scared. We just need to bring her home, mate. You need to help us do that. This is a start. But you should, again, you just need to understand my perspective. You've been lied to before. How did it make you feel?
Bad.
And that was over probably something trivial. A boyfriend lied to you about going out with a girl or something like that. We're trying to bring her home. Dozens of guys out here and women out here, and in Quantico, Virginia, Nashville, Tennessee, and Atlanta, Georgia, are all working this thing. That's all we're working right now. To bring her home. Help me tell the DA she was finally the key that brought Evelyn home. I need you to be honest with us. Can you be honest with us?
I am being honest with you.
Is there any place other than here that she is that you know of?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Anything else you think might be important? Anything else you want to tell us? Okay. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
I mean, I can't go anywhere.
You're not under arrest. I say all that to say that to be clear. You're free to go. Just you tell us you want to hang out here, that's fine. We'll continue to help you out. But again, the lies are over.
They are.
We can't help you unless you tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
Okay. Tired?
You want to go outside?
Can I just stay here?
Yes, if you need anything, you're not coming in the door.
Is Angie here?
Who?
Angie?
She is.
Can I stay with her?
You want to sit with her in here?
Can I stay with her in her office, or we have to stay
You don't get honored.
Just sit tight. You've got food here, right?
Thank you.
Agent Fraley, is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, I would move that as the next exhibit. Judge, may I approach the court reporter?
He is so crazy. So what happened was they asked a question, and now he's bringing in, he's all out of order. He's bringing this up because he act like he had an aha moment, and it's really not.
Agent Fraley, I want to, I guess, go back over some of the things she told you. You testified on your direct examination that she had told you she knew the baby was dead, not missing.
Correct.
Now, I didn't really see that initial thing in the video. Was that somewhere else? I mean, it's obvious from the context of what you all are talking about, but had that happened before that video?
Yeah, and in my notes, she'd also talked to other investigators, and that was the first day of the 6 days or whatever day we were on that she told us that she was dead instead of missing.
Okay, do you know when did she tell you or did she tell someone else?
It was in other interviews, and again, we were all working together.
Okay.
And it, you know, like I said, she'd talked with other investigators, but that was the first day. And then after that was revealed, that's when Detective Licklider and I brought her into this room and started talking to her again, trying to clarify.
Just so we can clarify a few things for the jury, I think it becomes apparent, but there's a lady in a jail uniform as this video starts.
Yes, sir.
That's Angela Boswell.
That's her, Megan's mother.
And
yes, sir.
You all had arranged for her to be brought to the sheriff's department to meet with Megan?
Yes, sir. She asked to meet with her, and was able to do that.
Okay. And then as the video starts out, you start talking about he back a lot, and later the name Preston or Hunter Wood, is that the he you all are talking about throughout that video?
Yes, sir, it is Hunter Wood that we referred to as her boyfriend.
And at some point, I guess the other thing I noticed just so for the jury's context, in the video you all refer to her as Maggie.
Yes, sir. Her name's Megan, but she was called Maggie. I think she told us that's what her nickname was from her real name.
That's what her family called her.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So she provided you with several locations that she thought the baby could be in.
Yes, sir.
And one of those was Tommy's property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And ultimately, Evelyn was found on Tommy's property.
That's correct.
Now, this interview occurred on the 25th of February, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When?
That's not me, y'all. That's the video.
Continue.
Are we back on the record?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yes, sir. When was the body ultimately found?
March 6th of 2020.
Now, there's a conversation between you and Megan about the fact that you're not arresting her that day.
Yes, sir.
In fact, she was later arrested that night by Mr. Price, was she not?
I believe she was.
She did not end up leaving the Sullivan County Detention Center from the time the detention center and the sheriff's department are all connected together here.
Yes, sir. They're connected here. Their offices are in the same building.
On the large building.
Yes, sir.
So she did not leave there from the time of that interview until she was arrested.
I don't think she did.
Now, when did you first search Tommy Boswell's property?
That would have been March 6th when Evelyn's body was found.
Okay. So, was there some reason you didn't search the property from the time she told you on February 25th until March 6th?
I can't recall specifically why we didn't, other than she had told so many lies. We didn't know if this was true or not, so there wasn't solid evidence because she had lied so much that this was the truth. So,
Are you certain the property wasn't searched before?
not by me, no, sir. It may have been searched, but
Was it searched by the TBI, or do you know?
I don't recall. I wasn't out there until the 6th that I recall.
Okay.
There may have been other detectives, agents, FBI, Sullivan County, or even TBI for that matter.
As far as TBI goes, who was in charge of this at the time?
Agent Gratz was the case agent, David Gratz.
Who was the field office manager?
Christopher Wilhoit, he's the assistant special agent in charge.
What was your position at the time?
I was to assist Agent Gratz in the case.
Okay. So you went there one time to that property?
That I recall, yes, sir, on March 6th.
I'll be showing you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 17. Agent Fraley, you previously identified this photograph as how the trash can was found when you
Yeah, yes, sir. It looks like the ones from yesterday.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, yes, sir.
All the monitors are off. Yeah, I know, I'm trying to. Okay. I have to look at the data. The power surge is going.
And I believe is this the position the trash can was in when you found it?
That's representative of, like I said, once the door was open, on how the trash can and the bags were there.
When you say it's representative, were the trash can moved and put back in place, or is that exactly how it was?
In this particular picture, I think that my best recollection is that's how it was. It wasn't. At some point in time, I did remove these and we stopped because of the weight of the trash can, believing that Evelyn might be in that trash can. But like I said, my best recollection is that was the way it was when the door was open and we first saw that.
Okay. At some point after picking the trash can up, was it placed back in the same position for more photos?
I believe, yes, sir, it was.
Okay, so some of the photos we saw yesterday, the trash can was not exactly as you found it. It was to the best of your ability to put it back. Is that fair?
Yes, and this probably, well, I don't want to probably, but yes, that is correct. It was moved and then replaced. And then, like I said yesterday, we stopped and made some phone calls after we confirmed or believed that to be Evelyn's body.
And the trash bag, the black trash bag, that's ultimately where Evelyn's body is found.
Underneath, it looks like, yes, there was a black trash bag on top of the one that's in there.
Where did you find the body? And what I mean by that is, did you find the body in the trash can after you had removed it? I'll give you a pointer.
Oh,
if you
okay.
need that. After you had removed the trash can from the building, or were you still in the building when you found the body?
Best I can remember, sir, was, like I said, we opened that door and we saw those items. Now we had the knowledge of, she had said that there was maybe to look for a trash can. So that alerted us. Red flag went off, if you will. That time I think I removed some items on top of that and maybe moved the can, but like I said, once I felt the can, it had some significant weight to it, more so than a regular trash can has household trash in it. Removed some items off the top of that, and then that's when I first saw the leg of Evelyn's body. Like I said, may have replaced it or resituated best I can, stopped what we were doing, and made the appropriate phone calls.
So you say you replaced it.
Set it back, yes, close to
Set the trash can back in. Did you set the stuff back in the trash can that was on top of the body?
I don't recall putting those items back on top. I think once those items were removed, and some of the items I remember specifically, there was a bread bag, an empty bread bag that was in that top portion of the trash, and I recall it having a September 2019 expiration date, which again alerted us that, hey, this wasn't there like the rest of that stuff I testified to was obvious to me. It had been there for years, and now you had these couple bags of trash in this can that looked out of place or looked more recent. And I think, after seeing that, opening that bread bag with that date, obviously that date gave us an idea that this was a window of time that was recent, that fit close to the proximity that Evelyn was reported missing.
Okay. So the black trash bag in Exhibit 17, it appears to be pressed down in the trash can. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
So at some point you took it out of the trash can.
Yes, sir. That was, as I best recall, that was the first thing removed from that can.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Is that the same black trash bag?
Yes, sir. As best I recall, you could only see that portion in that last picture, and that's after it's kind of been opened
Okay.
to inspect the contents inside.
Okay. So that picture was taken after you open the door, obviously. You take the trash bag out of the can, or did you?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, I think I did, because to inspect the bigger bag that was down in the bottom of the can with Evelyn's body.
Did you place the black trash bag back in the can?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, once we confirmed that was Evelyn's body or what we believed to be, we stopped. But I can't remember if I placed it back in there or set it to the side.
Now, I assume there's a protocol to how you all would handle a scene like this. Could
Yes.
you walk me through that?
Well, typically, like I said, this was looking for Evelyn's body, because based off of what the phone call had come in to come there to search for items that he had said had been brought there and placed in the yard barn. We found those items. I think Special Agent Gratz and Haraz with the Sheriff's Department started looking, inspecting, and made the decision to take that. And then the process of that led us to just to look in the playhouse where we found these items. So for protocol, I guess there's not a checklist to start looking, but once items are found, the protocol is to photograph those, bag those, seal those bags, mark those bags, and ultimately send them to our TBI labs for examination.
And I assume the protocol would be not to contaminate other pieces of evidence there. You want to keep everything as separate as possible.
As best we can.
You described a situation where you all placed her body on a clean body bag.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said y'all put wax paper on the porch prior to doing
I
that.
think it was like butcher paper, this rolled butcher paper, then the body bag on top of that, and then as we were removing the contents of the trash can, it was onto the body bag.
The black bag, when you inspected it, anything significant in it?
Like I said, the only thing that sticks out is that bread bag with the date. Like I said, that other stuff had been there for years, it appeared to me, and the others. And this appeared to be recent, and that date on that bag, I recall.
Okay. If I could approach the court reporter, Judge. Agent Fraley, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize that?
It looks like, yeah, that's one of the pictures introduced yesterday.
Okay. What is-
That's the playhouse with the door open, showing the trash can inside the doorway.
And that's the front porch of the where you ultimately place the body bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could, you have that pointer still?
Yes, sir.
Could you point for the jury and show them where you placed the paper, where you placed the bag?
Can you raise that? Does that raise up anymore? Okay, yeah,
Is
that's,
that better?
yeah, it was on this porch right here.
And take that one down. Actually, if we could go back to that for just a minute.
Okay.
Over here on the side, can you see what looks to be like this wire?
This right here?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another picture.
Okay.
Does that appear to be the same wire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that appears to be an accurate representation of the porch at some point during that night.
Yes, sir.
We'd move this as the next exhibit, Judge. Right. Go.
Let me see everybody over here. again. All right, go ahead and start.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that?
Yes, that was one of the photos introduced yesterday depicting the removal of the trash bag containing Evelyn's body from the can onto the body bag.
And that was done on the front of the porch, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was, at the time you all did that, the wire and stuff, was that kept away from that body bag, or?
Best I recall, we moved those items in order to clear the front porch to do this.
Okay, to keep from contaminating anything, I see.
Well, to provide room as a flat space, the most convenient place for that. But it was, like I said, right there on the front porch. I think it was moved off to the side of the playhouse.
If we could go back to the last, actually. We'll put back up Exhibit 46. Exhibit 46, I'm showing you around the wire and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to you that there are some leaves and debris under the wire?
I can't make out. I'm sorry, I can't make out exactly what that is.
Okay. Now approach the witness. Do you recognize what that is?
Like I said, that's a little clearer picture. That's
What is that a picture of?
It looks to be a portion of that picture.
Sorry.
Is it up in this portion here? That area, is that a zoomed in
Yes,
of
sir.
that area?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a little clear.
Okay, and do you recognize that picture that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir. Like I said, it looks to be the middle portion of that. And it's a little clearer now that it does appear leaves, maybe some grass or hay or something there underneath that wire in this area.
Okay.
And also it appears maybe 2 insect pupae right there.
If I may, I would ask that the picture is identified with the next exhibit.
No, don't. Please,
We'd ask to publish this at this time. Agent Fraley, is that a better
Yes, sir.
picture for you to
Yes,
describe
sir.
to the jury?
It is.
I believe you said you saw some leaves.
Yes, sir. It looks like maybe right there.
Uh-huh.
And that might, that area right there is what I said looked like grass or hay, possibly.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry,
Oh,
those two right there is what it said looked like insect.
Okay, you described those as pupae.
Yes, that's,
You talked about pupae yesterday. What's pupae?
it's just where an insect, once an egg is formed, it's formed as larva. In the middle of that stage before it fully develops into an adult, that's the stage of that.
Okay, so the egg would be laid and then it forms into, is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. That pupae, those do they move on their own?
Yes, they're living organisms. and they feed, which, like I testified yesterday, it's common with human decomposition that the eggs are laid on that decomposing human flesh, and that's where they develop from there.
You say they're living organisms, but in fact, a pupae is an insect in its inactive, immature form between the larva and adult.
It's in the middle.
It's an inactive form.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So they don't crawl around, do they?
Like I said, the eggs are laid, and then they develop into an adult.
Okay, that's the stage before they become larvae, which would move around.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about the so when you found the body in the trash can, it was in a bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Evelyn had leaves in her hair.
I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Okay, were there any leaves in that trash can?
I don't recall.
You
the
say you
leaves.
don't. When you say you don't recall, I guess I want you to clarify. Did you say I don't remember? Are you saying I don't remember, or I
Well,
don't remember?
even reviewing the pictures yesterday, I don't remember saying. I mean, it's been 5 years, but even reviewing those, I don't remember seeing leaves inside of those.
So you don't think there were leaves in the trash can or her hair?
Like I said, I don't remember seeing those even after the review of those photographs yesterday.
Okay. I want to talk about the body. Obviously, when you find it, you had to move it to some degree.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you would have done your best to have placed it back you moved it out of the trash can and then placed it back like it was, I'm assuming.
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what you did.
Are you talking about removing the body and then putting it back in?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay,
That's incorrect.
okay, tell me.
No, once we went into the playhouse, opened that door, saw what we saw, the trash can, the 2 bags that, like I said, were obvious to us that they didn't match everything else in that playhouse. It was, and then confirming, like I said, with the information that Megan had provided to us, that the trash can was in play. That first black bag removed, and then like I talked about the empty bread bag that had expiration date. That confirmed this wasn't in the time frame of this other stuff with the dust and the cobwebs. Pulled that off, and that's when the odor of decomposition appeared or was present, and then pulled that fleece blanket back, and then that's when I saw the leg and the foot. That's when we stopped at that point. Then made our phone calls, forensic pathology, medical examiner, DA's office, and our chain of command.
So I assume you made as minimal of movement as the body as possible.
Yes, sir.
But
Again, because we were, number one, trying to confirm if that was her. We were optimistic and hopeful it was. And once we verified that, at that point, we stopped and waited on them for guidance.
But it would be fair to say you moved the body.
Absolutely, we did.
You had
But
to be-
like I said, not from the trash can and then
Right.
put it back.
But you had
Just-
to move it within the trash can in order to see what you were seeing.
No, again, just pulled the blanket back and saw that leg and foot. We didn't, the body wasn't moved. Now, it may have moved when we moved the trash can, but we didn't physically touch the body,
So-
remove it, and replace it.
So fair to say you didn't try to move it, but when you moved the trash can, it could have moved.
Yes, sir, it absolutely could have moved.
Judge, could I have just a minute?
Shout out to Peter Ortiz dropping the 50 bomb super chat in on us here. So he says, I'm going to grab something to eat. I'm a survivor for my mother, a disease that took my mother in 4 years. I was 14 at the time. Go have dinner on me. Thank you so much, Peter, for the support. If you guys could drop some booms in the chat for Peter. Also, drop some umbrellas down in the chat for Peter as well. Peter, I always appreciate how you do support the show. It means a lot, to me over here and a lot to the team as well. And it will also help us put back into the brand and, upgrade our content over here. So I do appreciate you, Peter. And I'm going to play this video for Peter, thanking you for the $50 super chat today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it means so much.
For the donation, thank you for the super chat or membership. I love you all.
So thank you for that, Peter. Could we please drop some Peters in the chat, PETA in the chat, along with the bombs and the umbrellas and the emojis. And I have to make a Peter emoji over here because he's always donating to the show and sponsoring the show. And I do appreciate Peter with all of my heart. So I'm going to also send Peter some love, and it's all love to you in the chat as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's get some fireworks going here. Thank you so much, Peter. Thank you so much. All right. And I don't think I removed that. It just removed on its own. So that's Peter with the $50 super chat. Thank you. It means so much to me. I don't know where my where the moms at? Where the people at? We gotta show Peter some love out here in this chat. He out here. Out here, Peter's out here making it rain, drizzle, all that in the chat. This is the only time we can get away with them caps or caps people.
There yourself.
Throwing them Peters in the chat.
What I'm saying is typically, at least for the jury, I'll explain the question. I know you know what I'm asking you, but typically a lot of law enforcement people are there. One person may
drop them some them $5 bucks in the chat also for Peter as well.
Collect any of the evidence there.
I recall when we first got there and we were in that yard barn where all that evidence was. I think Gratz wanted, Special Agent David Gratz wanted all of that taken. I think I assisted in that. And then, like I said, then went to the playhouse, found Evelyn's body, was active in processing that. Those bags, what wasn't sent to the forensic center for autopsy, which included Megan's body and the clothing, the blanket, those other items were collected. They were transferred from that scene over to the Sullivan County Sheriff's
Shout out to all the
Department,
people on Twitter. I wish you
where
guys would come
we
over and
continued
hit that
to
like button
process,
over here on YouTube.
But I
It would
think
be
I was
greatly
party to that as
appreciated.
well. So I think to answer your question, what you're getting at, if I collected evidence items, and yes, I did.
Do you know which items?
I'd have to look at those lists because they were, it was voluminous in the items that were collected. It was dozens, I believe. I'd have to see that list to refresh my memory.
So that's all the questions I have for Agent Fraley. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge.
Agent Fraley, Mr. Scott asked you some questions about the moving of the body after you located it in the trash can. When you first saw the trash can and the black bag that was in there, how would you describe them as far as where they were positioned in the trash can?
Like I said, trash can, as we've seen in these photographs, the black bag was on top. Then you see it kind of opened. That's where the bread bag was. After that was removed, then was the white trash bag. After that is opened, then the next thing visible was the gray and white fleece blanket. Pulled that back, and that's when I first saw the legs. So, if that answers your question.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, was the black trash bag just sitting on the top, or had it been pushed down inside? Or
Thank you, Peter.
did you have to, in other words, did you have to pull it out?
She'll be here in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the white trash bag again, was it pushed down in there? Or did you?
Yes, it was compressed almost to a degree of compression that it created like a vacuum coming out when we removed the bag from the can.
Okay, so it wasn't just gently placed.
No,
on top
no,
of it.
absolutely not.
All right. And to the extent that you have already testified, you did not in any way, once you located the body in the trash can, manipulate it, pull it out.
Laugh when I set up the stream, it's streaming on X, so it's people over there. Many more people watching on X than there are here, so that's why I'm going to continue to shop them out over there, hoping that they will come on over here and just hit the like button. They can go back over on X and watch if they prefer to watch it from here. I appreciate them anyway for watching. I know some people normally try to cut the stream off to revert them back to YouTube. I don't want to do that. But yes, many more people watching over on my Twitter stream than over on YouTube. So I'm not going to be rude and do that, but now where did I put the all right, let's get back to it.
You didn't pull the trash bag up to look and see what else was in there. You all didn't do anything else with that until the medical examiner arrived.
No, like I said, we stopped, and even once it was removed, it was a gentle process where it was removing the bag containing the body, tilting that can onto the body bag on the.
Thank you, Agent Fraley. That's all I had, Judge.
Thank you, John.
Every cross, one question.
I don't know what the squeak is.
The trash can, you all moved it outside of the building before the medical examiner got there.
I can't remember exactly, but that we could have moved that to the front porch to remove that black bag with the bread bag and then placed it back. I can't say 100% if that was done, but it could have been.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge.
I've served an additional subpoena on him should he be needed later.
Agent Fraley, thank you for your testimony in this case. You're still under subpoena until we remain in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready for the next witness, Judge?
Yeah.
Statement called Tommy Boswell.
Oh, so this is the father. So the father is getting ready to testify in this case. So yeah, I'm glad to see this because, oh wow, is this getting ready to be fireworks? Because this defense attorney, tried to insinuate in the So I'm pretty sure that this is about to get really, really spicy because this attorney tried to insinuate that the father has something to do with the unaliving of this baby and placing her in that dollhouse because he had an epiphany suddenly that she may be in the dollhouse, but he had asked his daughter the day of him calling the police and telling them to check her dollhouse because it looks like it's a barn house and it's a big, but that was a dollhouse, a playhouse that he had built for Megan. And so he was trying to get, things out of her. And he said, listen, you told a lot of, untruths, like tell us the truth. Where is she? And he automatically thought about the playhouse. And he alerted the police to that, and that's when they found her. So, but you noticed in that video that we saw, she was trying to put it on the boyfriend Hunter. She never said her father Tommy did something. And also the prosecutor took a jab at the father in opening, which we don't know why she was in, allegedly she was in foster care. We don't know why she was in foster care. We don't have a story as to, how she got placed there. But as you heard, the mother is incarcerated. Clink, clink. We don't know what that story is. And, I normally try to research these things, about the mother anyway. I don't think, the father is home. So we'll find out some more things about him. And if I find it interesting, I will go and do additional research to see what is going on with her mother, at least because we know that she is in the clinker. All right, so Tat is back. Where she probably just stuck in here for a few minutes. Stuck her head in here. She's homeschooling.
Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Tommy Boswell, Sr.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Speak in the microphone, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, scoot like Judge asked, scoot up close to that microphone.
All right, how's
there
that?
you go. That's better. You're Tommy Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Boswell, where do you live?
543 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntful.
All right. Is that here in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are the father of the defendant, Megan Boswell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
She's your daughter? Okay. And Evelyn is your granddaughter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Megan's mother, who was she?
Angel Boswell.
All right.
Or Jones.
Okay. And two of you, are you still married?
No, we've been divorced since 16.
2016?
Yes, sir.
How long were you all married?
17, 18 years, something like that.
Okay. Megan lived with the two of you when she was growing up?
Mainly lived with my mom and dad.
Okay. And where did they live?
Right below me, we lived on the same piece of property.
Okay. There on Muddy Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you have problems with Megan that eventually led to her being placed in foster care?
Well, that's her mother's fault for not sending her to school. And she'd come to stay with me. And then she wanted to go stay with her mom. I said, you got school, and we got to go to court Friday. And I said, you don't go to school tomorrow. I said, they will send you off. Well, she went to stay with her mom. Mom didn't send her to school, went to court. State took her.
Okay. Now, let's back up a little bit. This was after you and Angel were divorced?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. How old was Megan when all this took place?
The divorce, or which part?
When Megan went into foster care?
I think she's about 17.
Okay. She in high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, while Megan was in foster care, were you aware that she had a child?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was that child?
That was Evelyn, my granddaughter.
All right. Do you remember when she was born?
I'm so nervous today, I can tell you the date if...
All right. It is November 2018?
That's right.
Sound
yeah.
about right? Okay. During this time that she was in foster care, were you working with DCS to get her back into your custody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've done everything in my power.
Okay. What sorts of things were they having you do?
I'd meet the foster care parents on different weekends. We went to church events, different things like that, and then they finally let me get her on the weekends, and then she'd come over and stay.
All right. Did she have Evelyn during this time with her?
No, Evelyn wasn't born then.
Okay. Did you do that after Evelyn was born?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Evelyn was born while she was in foster
Foster
care,
care,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did Megan or Maggie come back to live with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact dates. But it was after Evelyn was born.
All right. Okay. So Evelyn's born in November 2018.
Yes, sir.
So it was some point in time after that?
I can't remember exactly the dates, but she was real little whenever they come back.
All right. And that's to your, when you say she came back, was that to your house there at Muddy Creek?
Muddy Creek, yeah.
Okay.
Megan and Evelyn come back to my place.
So they were both living there with you. Who else was in the house at the time?
I had my little daughter and my son, and then my soon-to-be ex-wife was there. And she had her little boy part-time.
All right. When you say soon-to-be ex-wife, that's someone different than Angel, correct?
Yes, this is Ashley.
Ashley. And when you say Ashley, what's her last
Rosenbaum.
name? Ashley Rosenbaum. Okay. Were the two of you married at that time or dating?
No, not that time. We were engaged.
Okay. All right. When Megan came back to live with you, was she working? Did you help her out? How did she support herself?
I supported her.
Okay.
I supported her when she's with them people.
All right.
Bought her whatever she needed and give her money and stuff.
Okay. Well, tell the jury, because we don't know. What sorts of things did you do to help her out?
I give her money. She had my credit card number. She'd get stuff on it. I mean, if she needed anything, the baby needed anything, I seen to it that they had it.
Okay. We heard some information that came out earlier today about Megan having a car. Did you have anything to do with that?
I bought her a brand new car, paid cash for it, get $20,000 cash for it, and her the title to it.
Did you help out with expenses for taking care of Evelyn
Yes, sir.
while she was living there?
Yeah, I bought everything while she was there.
Okay.
Bought diaper genies, just whatever baby needed.
Okay. So how long did Megan and Evelyn end up staying there at the house with you?
I don't know exactly. I don't want to lie to you. Just a few months. It wasn't that long.
Okay, just a few months?
Yeah.
Well, what happened that caused her not to be living with you anymore?
Not clean her room, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my two little ones. Ashley had her boy part-time. And then we had Megan and my granddaughter. And Megan didn't want to clean her room. And that's causing problems between me and her.
Okay. So did she leave your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did she go from there?
I think she went to my mom's for a few days. And then she went over to the trailer park.
Okay. Judge, could I see exhibit number 1? Should be a diagram. I mean, I'm sorry, I see. Mr.
Mr. Boswell, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as exhibit number 6. Do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that look an accurate diagram of your property where you live out there on Muddy Creek? You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you're looking at the diagram up there at the top, it says Tommy Boswell trailer.
Yeah.
Is that where you were living? Is that where you live?
That's a house, it's not
Okay.
a trailer.
Okay. And then down below that, what's labeled as residence, is that the trailer where your mom was
Yeah,
living?
that's where mom lives.
Okay. So she left your place up at the top there, Tommy Boswell, and then she moved just down, same piece of property, but there to where it shows as a residence.
Until her and Ashley got the trailer cleaned up and ready for her to move into it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, do you know how long she lived there at your mom's residence?
No, I don't, sir. I mean,
Was it a long time?
stayed,
Weeks, months?
no, maybe a week or two. It wasn't long.
Okay. So where did she go from there?
To the trailer.
Okay. When you say
Trailer park.
okay, did you or your son, family members, own a trailer park?
Yeah.
You're referring to it as a trailer park,
Yeah.
but we don't.
Yeah.
We don't know what that is.
Yeah, we owned a trailer park and we give her a trailer.
Okay. Where was this trailer park located?
I can't think of that road.
Is it here in Sullivan County?
Yeah, it's here in Sullivan County. It's Sugar. I can't think the name of that road, sir.
Did you say Sugar?
I think it's Sugar something. Is it Sugar Holler?
Sugar Hollow. Okay.
Is that the name of it?
Okay. Well, I can't answer that. I'm asking questions, so
Okay.
you got to answer.
Yeah.
All right. So was that something you owned or your son owned? Or
My son owned it.
Okay, your son owned it. So how was it? Explain to me exactly what happened as far as Megan's living arrangements were concerned there at the trailer park.
What do you mean? She
Well,
didn't have to pay no rent, no light bill. I mean, she didn't pay no bills. If that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you had a trailer out there and you let her go live there?
Yeah, and I paid all the bills.
Okay. Did she live there by herself or who lived there with her?
As far as I know, just her and Evelyn.
Okay. Do you remember when this was that she moved into that trailer?
Goodness, no, I don't, sir.
Okay. Would you say
All this stuff I've tried to put back in my brain and to want to forget it, and I'm trying my best to remember it.
Well, I appreciate that. Okay. So she and Evelyn are living in this trailer by themselves out on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So you shake your head.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. If you need a minute, let us know.
Well, I'm good.
Okay. Did you ever go out and
sad.
see Megan and Evelyn when they lived there at the trailer?
A few times.
Okay. Did you see the condition of the trailer, what it looked like?
Most of the time I'd stay outside. She'd come outside to be pretty because I'd look around, pick up garbage and stuff.
Okay. So
But a couple times I went in, but not that much.
Okay. Did she have Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
When you were out there? Okay. So did there come a point in time at which you realized Megan was no longer living there in the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Nah, I don't remember the dates.
Did you do something as a result of the fact that Megan was no longer?
Oh,
living
yeah,
there?
I told her, I said, if you're not going to live there, I said, you need to let it know. I said, we need to rent that.
And did you do something?
Yeah, I told her, I said, if you're going to live with Hunter, I said, you need to move your stuff out.
And did she do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to clean it out or do anything to it before you could re-rent the trailer?
Babe's a guy worked with us. He took care of the park, as you say. He got free rent, and he cleaned it up and done stuff like that and mowed.
Well, do you remember what the condition of the trailer was when Megan moved out?
It was pretty dirty.
Okay. Did he have to do anything, or did you have to pay to have anything done to the trailer to be able to re-rent it?
Oh, yeah.
And what was that?
Just cleaned all the furniture and stuff out and cleaned it up, and they had to replace some of the floor, which was bad.
Okay. Did Megan leave anything behind in the trailer, or do you know? Did she take her? Well, let me ask it this way: did she take all her stuff with her?
I didn't go through the trailer.
Okay. This
But
guy that you hired.
He did, and I told him, I said, whatever's left, she said she didn't want, and I said, there's a truck there, load it in the truck, take it to landfill. That's what we done. Whoever moved out, we clean them out. That's what we do.
Okay. So you loaded up a bunch of stuff in a truck and hauled it off, or had this guy do that?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know where Megan was staying? You said that she was no longer living
She's
in your
supposed to
trailer.
have been living with Hunter.
Okay. Was that Hunter Wood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that, as far as you know, was that her boyfriend at the
Yeah,
time?
yeah.
Okay. Had you met Hunter?
Not at that time, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember when the first time that you met Hunter was?
Goodness. It was either when she come up Earth Angel to get my two little ones, or when we went to Gatlinburg for Christmas, or Pigeon Fords.
Okay. So you went with, well, let me ask you this. Who did you go to? Pigeon Forge?
Hunter and my son, and his family, and me and my family, and Megan and Hunter went.
Okay. And when was that again?
That was the day after Christmas or the day before Christmas. I can't remember exactly.
All right. So it's around Christmas.
Mhm.
You met Hunter.
Yeah.
Who was he there with Megan?
Yeah.
All right.
I could have met him before that and don't remember now. I don't want to lie to you, but that's the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Did your trip there at Pigeon Forge, did Megan have Evelyn with her at the time?
No, sir.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Yes, I asked her
You asked her what?
where Evelyn's at.
Okay. Did she tell you?
Said that Ethan had her.
Okay. Do you know who Ethan was?
Yeah, I met Ethan. He's a nice young man. I thought a lot of Ethan.
Okay. And who did you think Ethan was at that time? Or who did she say Ethan was?
Well, they used to date,
Okay.
but she said Ethan was the father.
Okay.
And he wanted to see Evelyn. He'd been in the Army. So I said, I'm going to stand back. If he's going to man up and want to see his child, I'm going to let him see her for a while. And then after a while, I said, enough's enough. It's my turn.
Okay. So at that time, when you went on this trip, she told you Evelyn's with Ethan.
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that was a good thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay. After this trip to Pigeon Forge, did you see Megan after Christmas?
here or there, very rarely.
I'm sorry.
Just here or there, not that much.
Here or there. Okay. Did you see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Did you ever, in those times that you saw Megan after Christmas, did you ever ask her, hey?
Yes, I asked her numerous times.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She kept coming up with different stories and different lies.
Okay. Well, what was she telling you?
First, it was Ethan had her. No, first, let me back up, I'm sorry. Hunter's mom was watching her. And then she come off with Ethan had her. And after it went on for a while, I said, I'm going to do something about this. Well, she told me that Ethan wouldn't give her back. I said, hey, let's go get an attorney. I said, he can see his daughter, but I said, he's not taking her.
Okay. What did she say when you told her that?
I can't remember the exact words. She said, Dad, give me a day or two or something. She said, I'll get her something. And just lie after lie.
Okay. Any point in time did you ever see Evelyn?
No. Last time I seen her was on Thanksgiving, sir.
Okay. So, at some point, did you make an ultimatum to Megan about seeing your granddaughter?
Yeah. I told her and I told her mom.
Okay. What'd you tell her?
It was on a weekend. Oh, excuse me. I said, come Monday morning, which I told this to her mom. I said, come high hell water. I said, I'm going to get on the phone. I said, I'm going to find my granddaughter. I said, I don't care what I got to do. I said, I want to know what's going on. I said, enough's enough. And that's when I got on the phone and made the phone call.
All right.
That Monday morning.
All right. And did you talk with, who did you talk with?
I don't know. I can't remember all their names.
Okay. Somebody at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Department of Children's Services?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I just told them I told you I hadn't seen my granddaughter and I was worried about her.
Did you tell them how long it had been since you'd seen
Yeah,
your
yeah.
granddaughter?
And then I think they got me in touch with that Miss Constance, said her name.
Well, I can't answer questions from Mr.
Oh, well, I'm
Boswell,
sorry,
so
but I
if you
can't remember
that's
everybody's
fine. If you
name.
don't, that's fine as
but,
well.
I think that's her name, Miss Constance, if I'm saying it right.
And Constance, does she work at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to her about, again,
Yeah.
the fact that you had not seen Evelyn?
Mm-hmm.
What happened after you made this report to the Department of Children's Services?
It wasn't long. Detectives was up there, best
Okay.
I can remember.
All right. So after you report it, then you start meeting law enforcement officers
Yes,
to
sir.
come to talk to you?
Yep.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them?
Oh, 100%.
All right.
100%. Whatever they needed done or searched or done, I give them permission to do anything.
All right. Did they come out there to your place, your property out there on
Yes,
Muddy
sir.
Creek?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, this was sometime in February of 2020? Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you keep up? Obviously, at that point in time, you realized something was going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, as time went on, continue to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement? Talk to them about what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in touch with them?
Oh, yeah, we stayed in touch.
All right. Now, do you remember on March the 6th of 2020, calling the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the reason that you called them on that day?
Me and Ashley was talking. Her and Megan used to switch phones all the time.
Okay. Hold on. If you could, I think Mr. Scott had trouble hearing what you said.
Trouble hearing the first thing.
If you could start over and repeat what you just said.
About Ashley and her switching phones.
Well,
Which part?
I think the beginning part of it.
Oh, when I called TBI?
Yes.
Okay, well, before that, me and Ashley was talking.
Okay.
They used to switch their phones all the time.
Okay. When you say they, are you talking about
But Megan and Ashley, they'd switch their iPhones and trade backwards and forwards.
Okay.
And I told Ashley, I said, call that TBI guy back and tell him he can have that phone. There might be something on that phone. Because I prayed and prayed and, I mean, done everything I could do. And they come back and got the phone.
Okay.
When they got the phone, they got to the gate and I asked Ashley, I said, what about that stuff Megan put in down there in Dad's building? She said, I don't know. I said, well, call them back and tell them to go down there and look in it.
Okay. All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
Okay. I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again? Sorry, Judge. All right. Mr. Boswell, you see Exhibit 6, which was previously introduced as Exhibit 6 again?
Yes, sir.
All right. There should be there's a laser pointer right there when you're standing up on your stand, witness stand right there.
This?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then if you push the button, can you describe a vehicle being backed up next to the shed? Can you, on there,
Let's see.
point where,
This one right here,
okay, you've indicated on there what's.
right there, it's got a roll-up
All
door.
right, that's the one directly below what's listed as residence.
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right. And so after you showed that to the law enforcement
We went
officers-
down there, I rolled the door up, there's a pile full of stuff, and as I was walking away, I saw there's her playhouse back her dad had built for her. They said, can we look in that? And I said, do what you need to do.
Okay. Let's back up just a second. When you rolled the door up to the shed, all right, you saw stuff in there.
Just clothes and miscellaneous stuff like that.
Had you at any time in the months leading up to that been in that shed at all, or had anybody been in that shed to your knowledge?
That one there where her clothes are at, yeah, sometimes we're in and out that one because we got some stuff we keep in there.
Okay. All right. So after you look in that building, where do you take law enforcement, or where do you?
I showed them where to. Let me show you on the thing.
Yes, if you don't care.
Let's see. I can't really see it from here. It's right there.
Okay. Is that what's been
That,
marked? Is it Playhouse?
Playhouse.
All right.
Yeah. As I was walking away, I said, "That's the playhouse my dad had built for Megan."
All right. And when was that built for Megan?
See, we moved there in 03, probably around 04, 05. He built a barn, and when he got done building the barn, he had some leftover lumber, and he built a playhouse out of it.
All right. And that was built just for Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else ever use it or play in it? Or?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. And again, in the months leading up to sheriff's office showing up there, had anybody been in that playhouse?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. All right. Your property, Mr. Boswell, in order to get onto the property, is there any gates or?
Yeah, I got a fence and a gate.
Okay. And what do you have to do in order to get past that
It's
gate?
like a key fob, remote control. You just push it and the gate opens.
Okay. And if you don't have the key fob, you can't open the gate.
No, but you can walk around it.
Okay. You can't drive.
No. There's no way you get on my property.
Okay.
No.
Did
Gate ain't open.
Did Megan have a key fob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she could get onto the property if she wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever give a key fob to Hunter?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see Hunter up on your property without Megan?
No.
Mr. Boswell, do you remember giving permission? I know you said you cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember giving permission to the sheriff's office to film the entrance to your property with a drone to show the location of that gate and where the shed and playhouse were?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing that drone footage prior to coming into court here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that footage accurately show the location of where your gate was, the trailer on the property, as well as the shed? Playhouse?
Yes, sir. Nothing's changed.
Judge, there's a video drone footage that Mr. Boswell's identified. I'm going to move to make that an exhibit, and we'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Any objection?
Yes.
The full exhibit number 48. did something. I mean, I don't think you did it. Just before you stood up, it went off.
Yeah, I can see it.
I tell you what to do.
I think I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna turn the Zoom. Let's see if that helps. Hold on just a second.
Mr. Boswell, in the video that was shown, the trailer was labeled Omami's residence.
Yeah, that's right.
Just so we're clear and the jury doesn't get confused.
Yeah,
Omami,
yeah.
Who is that, or what?
That's my mom.
Okay. Is that a nickname that?
Yeah,
Megan
it's a
had?
nickname.
Okay.
We always start calling it.
Okay. And so that's where she lived.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Boswell, at any point in time, did you ever see, or did Megan ever come up to your property with Hunter and have Evelyn with her?
No. Not that I can remember of, no.
Okay.
Because the last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Mr. Boswell, one other thing that was shown in the drone footage there,
Mm-hmm.
there was a camper that was sitting in front of the trailer. That camper was not sitting there
No,
back
no,
in 2020.
no,
Is that
no,
right?
that's right.
Okay. But everything else as far as
Everything else is actually the same.
positions of the buildings.
Yeah, other than the camper.
Okay, that was accurate. Thank you, Mr. Boswell. If you would, answer
Okay, you're
any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Can I get some water, please? Something to drink.
Tell you what, before you start, let's take our morning break. We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
One stand, please.
Okay.
Maybe seated, thank you.
Mr. Boswell, during this break, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you.
Okay.
You can step down. We'll get you a ball.
Okay, thank you.
15.
Judge, just so the court's aware.
All right, so they're going on a 15-minute break. Hi to everyone that's coming in, to everyone that's watching over on Twitter. Hold on, consider coming over and just hit the like button over here on YouTube. The link is on my Twitter feed. Well, you guys had to click at it to get to the video that's playing on Twitter. Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, if I can be politically correct. All right, so I think we're going to go to the cross of the Father. I just want to say, just buckle up for the defense, because I have a strange feeling that he's going to try it. That the defense is going to try it with her father. They seem to have no filter, the defense. And so the defense seems to have no filter. And so, you know, I don't like the defense attorney. I think that you can do your job effectively as a defense attorney instead of insulting other people. So now he did give us an explanation of why Megan was in foster care. But it seems like he fought for her to get out of, foster care, to come live with him. There were issues in their home. And from there, according to what the father said, she moved into her own trailer home, which was a property owned by his son. And so she lived there rent free. What more can you ask for, right? To have a free room and board, like, over your head, and you don't have to pay for it. So, and as he stated, she started staying with the boyfriend, and he told her what he told her. So let's get back into the video. It's going to be crossed.
2 felony convictions. They are dated.
Oh, well, he's bringing up his convictions. They know how to do that.
They're dated 9/24/2014. They're entered, I guess, 10/1/14, so that would be the working date the judgments were entered against him. One is for, sorry, I had the wrong judgments. I separated. Let me start over with that. I propose to impeach him with 2 felony convictions. One from aggravated assault, judgment entered 12/11/14, and one for kidnapping, entered 10/1/14. Obviously, those are over the 10-year time limit, but I would suggest that the court, given that the delay in this trial caused in large part because of COVID. This started in COVID, and if you'll remember, when this started, I think the court was trying no cases. And I think the docket really, nothing was being tried for several months there afterward. Ms. Boswell did have a counsel change, but as I recall, I came in on the first date. I set this trial date and never asked for another continuance. Can I approach?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see what comes out of this.
Okay.
Well, Judge, that is outside the 10-year
Well,
time period.
Here's the time period. Evidence of the conviction or this rule is not admissible if a period of more than 10 years has elapsed between the date of release from confinement and commencement of the action or prosecution. If the witness was not confined, the 10-year period is measured from the day of conviction rather than release. It looks to me like prosecution was commenced February 25th, 2020. Right? That's when the
Yes,
affidavit
yes, the
of complaint
false
was
report.
signed. And that would be the commencement of the action.
Yes.
So 10 years from 12/11/14 will be 12/11/24.
Yes.
Basic math. That means if for purposes of Rule 609, it's within the 10-year period. Because it says he got straight probation, so there was no period of confinement. So you go from the date of conviction. Well, the judge signed it on 12/11/14. Sentence that was imposed on 12/9/14.
Oh, wow.
2/25/2020 is within the 10 years.
She is willing to put anybody on trial.
So,
I mean, you know.
felony convictions, they appear to fall within 10 years as contemplated.
Wow.
609A, I'm sorry, B. So you'll be allowed to ask about this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do expect you to follow 609. You ask him, if he says yes, that's the end of it. If he says no, then we can move from there.
Yes.
He better just know, yeah.
Just so I'm clear, I can ask about each offense. I can ask if you're convicted of kidnapping on this date, you're convicted of aggravated assault on this date.
Yes.
And to leave it hanging out there in the air, but I guess you would be opening up a bigger issue if you go ahead and let him inquire about what it is. But either way, I think it's a lose-lose unless the kidnapping was
You can get him a bottle of water.
supposedly done. Like if it was something that was framed or something about the child. So either way, to me, in this case, it is a lose-lose situation for him, but still does not have any bearing on the crime. She didn't mention him initially. She mentioned Hunter, her boyfriend.
My wife complained last night because I look all hunched over all the time. She's like, sit up straight. The problem is I can't see if I don't hunch over. Hunch over because it gets the distance from my living room.
This attorney that's getting ready to cross-examine him is a piece of doohickey. I mean, whatever he does moving forward in this case, it is what it is. I just don't like the way he talked about Evelyn, who is the victim in this case.
Yeah, I left it in the room. I didn't know to bring it back in.
Drop some Evelyn emojis in the chat if you're over here, if you're a member.
We're ready to proceed, Mr. Scott.
Justice for Evelyn.
Yes, sir.
If the jury's ready to bring in.
I'm gonna get a picture of her too. That's what I should have done. Let me see if I can do it now. Well, I have one. You're back. Thank you, FFS, for coming back. Missed you, bro. So FFS, really quick. So this is the father of of Megan Boswell, who is being convicted of unaliving Emily, a 15-month-old Emily. She went missing on December of 2019. She was not reported missing until February of 2020. It is really disgusting. She lied and took them down the rabbit hole about where her daughter was. She said the daughter was with the father who they found out was active in the military. The father, they keep saying the father that she said at the time. So I guess it's going to come out whether or not that young man is the father or not. But that's what she was telling everybody. We saw some of her friends on the stand earlier because of the way this channel I don't know why they clipped that off the end, but this is actually day 2. That was day 2, but this is day 2 of where the detective left off and got off the stand. So now the father is on the stand, excuse me, because he's the father. He's the person that called them because they was looking for her to tell them about the playhouse that was built for Megan and to look in there, and that's where she was. So they just had a little a little back and forth about them using his criminal record in this case. So if it had been 10 years out, they wouldn't be able to use it or ask questions. But the fact that it was 10 years out, the defense gets to use it. Just to let you know, FFS, the defense attorney in this case, is a piece of doohickey. Y'all know that the other word, piece of ish. And I understand he's just defending his client, but the way he dismissed this baby's death in his opening was pretty sickening to me. And he could have done an opening without, further, to me, not caring about the baby in this trial, who is the real victim. So yeah, he's about to question him about his true charges. I think he said it's kidnapping and something else, but that's all that he can ask him, and he has to answer yes or no. If he answers no, then the judge is saying they can further inquire. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's kind of a lose-lose situation for him, depending on what the kidnapping charge was for. Now, if it was something about him getting his child and the mother called on him falsely, and that would work in his favor. But for anything else, I don't think that it's, yeah. But anyway, that is the gist of the story, and we're going to get back to it. So we're going to be live. So we're catching up. This is a current case that's going on right now as we speak. They actually had court today on Saturday. I was shocked. So we're catching up. So Monday, I'm going to be live streaming this from, on live. So that's what we're doing this weekend.
One stand, please.
It's crazy when somebody commits a crime, you get to start bringing up everybody else's business that you should not be privy to. This makes me so mad. The guy in the white, yeah, that's the father. I think they did their investigation. He didn't have anything to do with this.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Right, Peter.
Good morning, Mr. Boswell. My name's Gene Scott. I represent your daughter.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I don't give a dag on about him.
understand. Got just a couple of things I want to ask you, I guess initially. You were convicted in this court of aggravated assault on December the 9th, 2014, felony offense.
What's that got to do with this case, sir?
Yes or no?
Yes.
And likewise, you were convicted of kidnapping on 9/24/2014 in this court of a felony offense. Is that correct?
I took a plea bargain on it, yeah.
Were you convicted?
Yeah, because I took a plea bargain, I didn't take it to court. But since 2012, I've not had a speeding ticket.
Well,
Yeah.
sir, you were convicted in 2014. You said since 2012 you haven't done anything?
2014. No, that was 2012.
I don't think this line of questions.
I wasn't convicted enough in 14.
All right.
Yeah, so this is not the case
I
from
was not
today?
convicted enough in 14.
He was.
Judge, we had a jury out hearing about what he could ask as far as that was concerned. Now we're
Maybe
just going into.
All right, let me see if I can.
Go ahead, Mr. You can-
Mr. Boswell, I want to ask you just a few questions to follow up on your direct examination testimony.
Yes, sir.
Initially, I'll just start going backwards. We saw that drone video of your property. When was that taken? Do you know?
He stated the date. I don't remember dates and times.
That was taken after this investigation
Yeah.
had commenced.
Yeah.
Correct. After Evelyn's body had been found, obviously.
Yeah.
And talked about you have a gate
Yes, sir.
clicker, and I think you volunteered in your direct testimony that appeared on the drone video. If someone wanted to walk into that property, they just have to walk around the fence. It's not, you could walk in there.
Yeah, you can walk in there.
It's not secured that someone couldn't walk in there.
Right.
And you said that Megan had a opener to the gate.
Yeah.
What kind of openers are those?
It's like a little key fob thing, and you stick them on your sun visor just like your garage door opener, sort of.
Okay. And that was something she kept in her car?
Yeah.
So anyone who had her car would potentially have that. Is that reasonable?
Yep, somebody had her car.
You talked about a day that you saw Megan backed up to that yard barn with her trunk open.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her that day?
No, I was in a hurry. My boy, I think, had a seizure or something going on, and I had to get back up the hill to take care of him. But as I drove by, I seen her car backed up to that building with the door that rolled up and the trunk open, but I never seen her.
You didn't see her, just the car?
Just the car.
Also, you talked about
Oh,
Megan telling you at some
may have-
point that Hunter's mom was babysitting
Right.
Evelyn. You remember
Yeah.
that?
Mhm.
Was Hunter present for that conversation?
No, not that I remember.
It's not that you can remember, or do you know, one way or the other?
I don't think so, sir. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't think so.
Were you present for all the searches conducted by law enforcement on your property?
Most time, yeah.
How many searches were conducted on your property?
Just the one, I think.
You don't recall a search on February 23rd of 20?
That's when they brought the dog out, I think.
Okay. Who brought the dog?
TBI guy, I guess. I don't know who he was.
And that was prior to Evelyn's body being found.
Yeah, that's full.
Okay. And obviously, they didn't find anything that day.
No,
Did you watch them run the dog?
not really. I watched some of it. I mean,
Okay, did you see the dog pass in proximity to the playhouse?
They was mainly concerned down in there, in that bottom where it's filled in at, and back, like that farm that joins my property, back around in there.
They searched the whole property though, didn't they?
I don't think they brought the dog on top of the hill. I don't know. I didn't watch them the whole time.
You didn't watch it? You
No. When they got the dog out, that's where they were at, down there in the bottom, and then I turned around doing something else.
You talked on your direct examination about how Megan come to move out of your home. There's some kind of discord, I guess, with you, her, Ashley, about the way she kept her room.
Yes, sir.
Did you kick her out, basically?
No, I didn't kick her out.
What'd you do?
She went to my mother's, and I had a trailer waiting on her that her and my soon-to-be ex-wife Ashley cleaned up and got ready for her to move into.
Now, I want to talk to you about the dollhouse. Like, you're the one that suggested that to law enforcement that they should search that. Is that right?
How all I got started was about the phone. Me and Ashley's talking about the phone. They come and got the phone, and then me and Ashley kept talking. I said, "What about that stuff Megan put down there in Dad's building?" So she called them back. They come back, went down there, and as I was leaving, I saw, "Oh, there's the playhouse Dad had built for her too."
But just to be clear, you didn't see Megan put anything in the building. You saw her car.
I just seen her car,
Not
and
Megan.
the trunk was raised. I didn't see nobody. I'm more concerned about my son. I had to go get his medicine because he had a seizure.
Okay. Oh, the day you saw the car.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
So I was getting it up the hill to take care of him.
And
Oh yeah, I was trying.
had you never thought? When did you start to suspect the child could be on your property?
I did inspect childs on my property.
Why did you call them to come down to the yard barn?
To see if there's a clue in that stuff she put in the building. Because I worked right hand in hand with the law enforcement to try to help them every way I could.
When's the last time you were in that dollhouse?
I couldn't tell you, sir. It's been years.
It's been years since you've been in.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when the last time I've been in that dollhouse. Half them buildings down there, I don't go in.
How big is your property?
11 acres, 10.9 acres to be exact.
How close is that dollhouse to your house?
It's about 600 feet away, 700.
It's close to your mother's house.
Yeah,
You go see your mother often?
yeah. But when I go to my mom's, she could go into the back because she can't get up down her steps, so I cut her spot out around the back so she go in the back, not to climb the steps, so we're going out the back.
But you were down there at your mom's during that time frame, weren't you?
Not that much sometimes.
Okay, have 1 second, Judge.
So here is Megan. Evelyn. I don't like they won't let me move this where I want it. But there she is. Let me take this down.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Boswell.
I'm glad he didn't do them dirty, but the first the question.
I would say, under subpoena, Judge, we would ask you not watch the trial or talk about it.
We instructed them. As far as
Mr.
that's
Boswell, you're finished with your testimony for now.
He going right home and turn on YouTube.
Okay.
So you're not to discuss your testimony with
As
any
he
other witness
should.
or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And you're specifically ordered not to watch the live
Okay. Oh, I never watched TV anyway. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, next.
State would call him Austin Feller.
So this is up here. I hope you guys can see. This is a picture of Evelyn. Peter, in the opening statement, he all but did he did that. You know, he did that. He blamed him, and also the boyfriend that's the one to come in and So he raised reasonable doubt in his opening statement, but the way he said it was like mighty funny. He didn't call until so without the other context that him and someone else was having the conversation, and he remembered, hey, she was backed up.
Yes, sir.
Wait, y'all, hold on one minute. I'm so sorry for that. That's
Good morning,
my
sir.
bad.
Morning.
You're Austin Feller, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Feller, at one point in time, did you live at a trailer park out on Sugar Hollow Road?
Yes.
And is that in Sullivan?
Not that but this is so funny. Yesterday we watched. They had subpoenaed this guy's on the stand to come into court. He didn't come to court, so they clink. They clinked him yesterday. He came on in day one. He came on yesterday, and they told him they fined him $500, and he had to be in court every day until they called him to the stand. And that was another part of the agreement that they, part of his agreement to get out of jail. So $500 plus he needs to be in court every day until they called him called him to the stand. So here she is. Peter Ortiz, she was a beautiful baby, and it's really sad. It's really sad that we are, having to hear about her and the way she was found. So we don't have anything about how she passed, but the way they found her is awful. It's disgusting. Like I said, I have the prosecutor's opening in the video posted on the page. And I think they did a wonderful job summing this thing all up for us right in the beginning. And so for those who missed it, I clipped it and put it on. It's a video, the prosecution's opening, the defense's opening. If you want to see that, you got to watch the video, fast forward to the defense's opening, because I'm not clipping that. I think he's disgusting. Like I said, she deserves to have a trial, in front of a jury of her peers, but to dismiss Evelyn like he did in his opening statement it could have been left out. That's not defending this baby, that's not defending her. So he was being very dismissive in his opening. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, all we're singing is justice for Evelyn. And then he says, oh yeah, well, let me say this before I say what I'm going to say next, because people are going to be, she's gone anyway. What? Some people deserve to get snatched up, grabbed up, and slung around, and that's not defending your client, sir. That was very distasteful, and I'm hoping that anybody that's thinking about, the defendants, they probably hire him for a defense, but I hope that somebody in his firm, somebody somewhere told him, you know what, you didn't have to say that in the opening statement. You didn't have to do that. So let me go, because I'm passionate about stuff like that. Y'all know I'll be just going off on a tangent. Let's stay on topic. Here we go.
County?
Yes.
All right. And why were you living there at that particular location?
Because at the time I was working for Tommy & Sons Paving, and they said I could live there for free if I were to do maintenance on the trailer park.
Okay. Was that back in 2019?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You do.
I'm going to hand you two pictures, Mr. Feller, and ask you if you recognize what's shown in those pictures.
Carpal tunnel. You should go to the doctor to see if it's carpal.
Yeah, I recognize them.
Okay. And what are they? What is it?
The pictures of the trailer that she lived in.
Okay. And when you say she, you're referring to Megan
Boswell?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you living out there at those trailers in Sugar Hollow when Miss Boswell moved in?
I never met her in person.
Okay.
Sapphire, I am very aware of who they're defending. I'm simply stating my opinion. And from what I saw, I know that the defense is there to defend Megan, but he did not have to say what he said about that baby in his opening statement. It's some things that you just don't do and some things that you just don't say. And saying that everybody's saying justice for Evelyn, he did not need to say that, nor did he need to say, because he needed to put a caveat before he said the second thing, which was, oh, well, let me say this before, because everybody's going to be up in arms. Well, she's gone anyway. So that is about Evelyn. Yes, it is. He did not need to say those things. That is not defending his client any. It's not helping his client any. That's not in defense of his client, Megan. That's no defense for her to say those things about this precious 15-month-old that was found in a garbage can, face down in a garbage bag with her head wrapped up in aluminum foil, and for her mother to take them on a wild goose chase, even if the boyfriend had something to do with it. She has already admitted, after lying for so long, I don't know if you were here earlier, they played part of the interrogation video, that the baby is passed away. And when you read in between the lines and you listen to what people say, she said the baby is passed away. The baby was in the bed. She doesn't know whether or not she rolled over on the baby, maybe, or Hunter rolled over on the baby, maybe. But that was after she said that they swallowed her in a blanket, and Hunter took her out, and she doesn't know where she is, and I don't want to know where she is. Then after that, she mentions the garbage can. So she's really telling on herself. She mentions the garbage can after that. Oh, but I don't know where he took her to. So all these things we're reading in between the line because we have been here watching this thing from the beginning. So like I said, he did not need to, say what he said about that baby during his opening statement. Everybody's saying justice for Evelyn. It is justice for Evelyn until the wheels fall off. And we understand that they're defending her. She has a right to a jury in front of, a right to a trial in front of a jury of her peers, which is what she's having now. But for him to say, oh, and Evelyn, she's going anyway. He didn't need to say those things. So that's what I'm saying. So in the interrogation video today, she admitted that she knew that this baby was not alive. Now she done brought the crime back inside her house. Even if she rolled on the baby accidentally, or he rolled on the baby, she was throwing so many things out there. Now, mind you, this is after she told them the baby was with the father. The father is on active duty in the army. Then she said the father took her away from her. She was going all of these different places, all of these text messages. She's text messaging her friends back and forth about being with Hunter, doing this thing and doing this thing and doing this thing. It wasn't until one of her friends cried and asked her, where is Evelyn? Where is she? You got to tell us the truth. You keep telling us these other things over and over and over. Where is she? Where is she? And there were some other things that came out as well in those text messages between her and her friends, like her not really properly caring for Evelyn the way she should. So we were here for all of that. So like all of that, like I know they have a right to defend her, but saying those things, that's not a defense for her. That's not a defense for her. That's him being dismissive of Evelyn and of what she went through. So anybody sitting here with a heart and a conscience, I'm not just going to, I didn't say she was guilty. I'm just saying that the evidence is overwhelming right now. And for her to say she doesn't know about where the baby is, to now saying that, oh no, she knew that the baby was unalived, and I don't know, and try to put it on Hunter. Everything on Hunter. So yeah, this is what we're not going to do. Like, yeah, I understand the law. Trust me. Trust me. I'm not just sitting here just doing true crime because I like true crime is one of the biggest reasons. But yeah, I've always been, interested in the law. I am truly a true crime buff. If I don't know something, I do have access to attorneys where I can ask them information. But I worked in and out of these parts for 7.5 years. Yes, standing in the courtroom with, inmates and stuff, working with inmates, working with attorneys to make sure that they get their attorney-client privileges. But of course, I'm sitting there because we have to watch them because they're inmates. So I'm not just sitting here just talking out the side of my neck. I just know that what he's saying, what he said in his opening statement was disgusting. And it did not need to be said because it's not going to help Megan one way or another with this case. It just makes him look like an ear hole. So yeah.
I think the time I moved out there, she was already out and kind of unknown whereabouts.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos as being the trailer that she lived in?
Yes.
All right. And are they true and accurate depictions
Exactly.
of the outside of the trailer?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we
I have no problem with that.
make those, I believe it's 2 photos, be 49 and 50.
None.
Objection?
No, sir.
The feels good at 49 and 50.
I'm going to publish those to the jury.
Exactly. She said it
Bill,
herself.
I'm showing what's been introduced as Exhibit 49. Does that show the outside of the trailer looking at it from the front?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 50. What does that show?
The front of the trailer.
Okay. Just a little closer view.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at some point in time while you were working out there, living in those trailers for Mr. Boswell, were you asked to clean out that particular trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
Exact date, no, but it was probably about a week and a half after I moved into the trailer that I lived in there.
Okay. When was that?
It's been like 5 years ago.
Okay.
I couldn't give you an exact date.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
That's fine. All right. And did you in fact go to that trailer and clean it out?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of describe for the jury what you found when you got inside there.
When I got in the trailer, there was dirty diapers stuck and molded to the floor of the carpet. Couldn't even open the fridge. It was so bad. I just left it alone. Let Tommy and them deal with it. There was open jugs of milk in the oven. Food on the ground, just feces on the ground. It's very nasty. Just not clean at all. Bad.
All right. And did you take photos of what it looked like?
I did, but I don't have those photos of that phone anymore.
Okay. That's fine. All right.
Good approach.
Mr. Feller, I'm going to hand you 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Those are the photos you took that show the inside conditions of the trailer.
Yeah.
All right. Do they accurately depict the condition of the inside of the trailer when you found it?
They do.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make those the next 6 exhibits.
The,
51 through 56.
51 through 56.
Asked to publish those to the jury, Judge. Mr. Feller, I'm going to start with Exhibit 51.
Hey,
Can you tell us what we're seeing in this particular photo?
The bedroom.
And that's the condition and the state you found it in when you entered. You did not move or toss anything or otherwise?
Everything you see is exactly what I walked into.
All right. Now I'm going to show Exhibit 52. What are we looking at there?
The hallway into, I believe, the daughter's bedroom.
All right. And again, you did not.
What did I put in that?
Sustain that objection. There's been no foundation that he would know that that was the daughter's bedroom. And I'm going to instruct that you're not to consider that statement for any purpose for deliberation. If you can do that, raise your right hand. Every juror is raised right. Go ahead, Jim.
All right. So, Mr. Feller, this is the picture. You're not sure, you don't know, have any knowledge as far as who was staying in what particular rooms, but that's another angle and picture you've taken from inside the trailer.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Okay. Now showing Exhibit 53.
I think that was the walking into her room, Megan's room.
Well, don't speculate as to whose rooms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Same instruction.
Okay. So you've taken a photo looking into another bedroom. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Oh, wait,
Now showing Exhibit 54, what's shown in that photo?
The living room.
All right. And again, you did not place or move or disturb anything. That's exactly as you saw it.
Exactly what I saw when I walked into.
Ooh.
From the kitchen going into the living room.
All right. This is Exhibit 55. All right. You're standing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is that where that's taken from?
Yes.
And Exhibit 56.
Kitchen.
That's a photo looking in on the stove and the refrigerator that way. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you did not place any objects, move any objects prior to taking these photos?
No, sir.
All right. After you removed all these items from, or what did you do with the stuff after you took these photos?
I was instructed to take it to the back of the driveway where the, Tommy and Sons had a big dump truck, and they just used equipment and put most of it in there.
Okay. Did you remove all that, lack of a better term, trash and stuff that we saw?
Everything, trash, carpet. I mean, completely remodeled the whole entire thing.
Okay. What was the condition? I mean, what was it like inside after you got all that stuff out of there?
After I got everything out, I mean, I had to rip up subflooring and put down new subflooring and linoleum, and I mean, it was bad.
Okay. Was there any sort of odor or anything in the trailer?
I had to use respirators to enter the house.
Was there any particular reason why you had a respirator on? Or?
It just such a foul odor coming from the just moldy milk and food and dirty diapers that were laying out. Just bad smell.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott.
Morning, Mr. Bellers.
Morning.
When you don't know when you moved in out of the trailer park?
It's been so long, I couldn't really give you an exact date.
Without giving me an exact date, was it before or after Christmas of 2019?
I think after. I think so.
Do you remember what the weather was like when you were cleaning out the trailer?
It was warm.
It was warm.
Yes.
So probably February.
Probably before Christmas, then if it was warm.
Before Christmas, if it was warm. How much before Christmas?
I like I said, I couldn't give you an exact date or anything like that. I just knew that it was pretty warm outside. I didn't really need much of a coat, just some long sleeves or, you know.
You never met Megan.
Peter, we got to stay on the live and on here, or YouTube will flag us. We can't say the K word. So I wanted to let you know because I have to remove the comment because they will flag the channel for that. So that's why we say Red Rumming and unaliving, because YouTube is crazy with that. And so, yeah, so I wanted to let you know before I remove the comment because they will flag it for that, the K word. So just say unaliving, or we spell Red Rum, that's whatever backwards. Because, yeah, YouTube is they are very sensitive about everything. I don't understand. We're watching these trials. They know what they are. They allow us to, do commentary on it, but they will flag the channel for that.
Megan.
No, sir.
So the pictures, you took those contemporaneous with cleaning it out?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never cleaned out a place like that, looked like that.
Just wanted to show people what it looked like?
Well, to show Tommy and them, because they didn't step inside or go inside. They just wanted it cleaned. So, gave those pictures to them.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge. I don't think, Judge, I think he can be released.
Mr. Feller, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Can y'all give him his $500 back?
State call James Lewis.
Peter said unalive. Yeah, that's what they make us say. Like that's why we say unalive in Red Room. I know you've probably been looking all this time. Like what? Yeah, you can't say that word, the K word. Even if I'm writing a description and I say in the description, they'll flag the description and tell me you got a word that's not. And they highlight the words, and then you will just so that you can find them. vidIQ does that. They work hand in hand with YouTube. YouTube is like the only sensitive platform like that.
State your name.
James Lewis.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, sir?
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are James Lewis, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
With the Department of Children's Services.
What is your current assignment there?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the department in the Division of Child Protective Services.
How long have you been employed by, we call it DCS for short?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
I've been with DCS for 6.5 years now.
All right. Back in February, specifically February 18th of 2020, what was your assignment with the department at that time?
Yeah, so
my
role at the department during that time was
they got a whole list of words. Not
to
YouTube friendly.
investigate reports that we received in Child Protective Services.
Okay. So in other words, well, maybe explain for the jury how that process works as far as you're referring to allegations of child abuse.
Yes,
Is that
correct.
right? Okay, so if you
Yes.
would kind of educate the jury a little bit about how that process works.
So the department receives referrals of reports of abuse or neglect. We receive a report from our Nashville office that receives the intake, then it gets sent over to the worker. And then from there, we review the report, the allegations that came into the report, and then we start following our policy and procedures that can be found, outlined in 14.6 for policy and procedures, and start investigating, doing internet checks and background searches, and really just start notifying important personnel that need to be involved in the case. For example, like our Child Protective Investigation Team in Sullivan County.
All right. Back on February 18th, 2020, did you get a referral that was made on a 15-month-old child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
All right. And was that particular referral assigned to you?
It was.
Okay. For purposes only of explaining why you did what you did, what was the nature of the abuse allegation?
The allegations in the report?
Yes.
I don't think so. That's YouTube. Those are YouTube rules, Peter. I don't think so. And YouTube is owned by Google, so I don't think they're going to change their. It's their rules.
All right. If you would, go ahead.
Okay. The allegations that came into the report that day state a lack of supervision and physical abuse.
All right. In regards to Evelyn Boswell.
Evelyn Boswell, yes.
Okay. So after you get the referral, what's the first step you take after that?
Typically, the first step when we receive these reports is we would reach out to the person that made the report, and then we would see if there was any additional information that needed to be added or to clarify the report in general. And then from there, my next step was to reach out to any collateral contacts and notify our Child Protective Investigation Team partners.
Okay. You used a term or a phrase, collateral contacts. For those of us who don't know, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so a collateral contact would be someone that lives outside the home, anybody that would have information to the report,
that's what we refer to whenever I say collateral contact.
Okay. You've identified, and we've talked about the fact that this referral involved Evelyn Boswell. Were you able to identify who the parents of the child were?
I was able to understand that, come to learn that the parents of Evelyn Boswell was, only to my knowledge at that point in time, it was Megan Boswell, the mother, was the parent.
All right. And did you attempt to locate where Megan Boswell was at that time?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your file there at DCS, do you all obtain birth certificates or other documents that would, I guess, identify who the parents of the child were?
Yes.
And did you, in this case, obtain a copy of Evelyn's birth certificate?
I did.
As part of your case file?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. What is it, sir?
So this is the certificate of live birth for Evelyn May Boswell, child.
Okay. And is that the birth certificate that you obtained of Evelyn for this
Yes.
particular case?
It is.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit. I believe it's 57.
No objection. 57.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you indicated that you were able to learn where Megan Boswell was at that particular time. Did you then, what was the next step in your investigation?
Once I received information from Detective Tracy Jerez, who I was working the case with, that she had sent patrol officers out to the home that Megan Boswell was living at to see if Megan was there, and that she had received information that Megan had just arrived at the home. And then from that point in time, Detective Tracy Jerez and myself decided to go to the home to speak with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And where was this home?
The address is 217 Sandy Point Drive, or Sandy Point Street, Bluntville, Tennessee.
Okay. And just generally, where is that located?
It's in Bluntville. It wasn't
Okay.
far from my office. I couldn't give you.
Okay. It's here in Sullivan County?
Yes, in Sullivan County.
All right. Did it take you all long to get there?
No, it did not take us that long.
Okay. What did you find when you arrived there at that address?
So when we pulled into the address, we saw the patrol officers with Megan Boswell in the garage of the home.
All right. What kind of, just generally describe what kind of home this is for the jury.
The home is it's a two-story house. It had a basement, larger, more of a typical subdivision type home. From the outside, the appearance, it was very well kept. It was a typical home that you would find in maybe one of your more newer built subdivisions, is the way I would describe it.
All right. So you arrive, Miss Boswell is there at the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else there present with her?
Outside of myself, Detective Tracy Jerez, and the patrol officers, no.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with her?
No.
Okay. What did you do next as far as your investigation was concerned?
My next steps was to notify Megan Boswell of the report that the Department of Children's Services received, the allegations in the report, and to conduct some inquiry as to where Evelyn was, and to ask questions concerning Evelyn, to check on her well-being and her safety. So I initiated the conversation to learn where Evelyn was and to see if we could observe Evelyn to ensure that she was safe and that she was okay.
Okay. Specifically, did you ask Miss Boswell where Evelyn was at that particular time?
I did.
Okay, and what was her response?
Megan informed myself and Detective Tracy Rez that Evelyn was with Ethan Perry.
Okay. Did you know who Ethan Perry was at that time?
At that time, it come to my knowledge that he was the alleged father of Evelyn Boswell.
Did Miss Boswell tell you that?
Yes. She did tell me that Evelyn was with her dad.
Oops, forgot the
Did
star key.
Megan give you any sort of contact information for how you could get in touch with Ethan?
She did not.
Yes.
What was her demeanor while you were talking to her about her daughter?
The way I would describe Megan's demeanor, it wasn't much affect. When I say that, I would say there wasn't much emotion as concern. I didn't notice any concern when speaking with Megan. She just stuck at that point in time to telling us that Evelyn was with Ethan, and then from there I asked her to show me, of course, evidence that a child had been with her.
Okay. All right. So did you go inside the house with her? How did you do that?
Mm-hmm.
She invited me into the home and walked me through the home. Nothing at that point in time appeared to be observable to be outside of a typical home. I didn't see any safety concerns as far as what we may consider a safety concern for a child at that age. She walked me. I asked to see a crib or a pack and play. She said that those items were elsewhere, that she didn't have any of those items. She proceeded to lead me to the bedroom where she could show me some items of Evelyn's. And so I followed her to the bedroom.
Okay. All right. And did you observe any items?
I asked her what items she did have. She proceeded to tell me that she had an outfit and what she called a memory box.
Okay. You said an outfit. Was that one singular outfit?
I observed one outfit, yes.
Okay. Do you see any other baby items, diapers?
No.
Anything like that?
After she showed me the memory box and opened it to observe some items in it, and the outfit that was still on the hanger, it was new and it hadn't been worn, and she took me downstairs to show me a sippy cup.
Okay. And did you take a photograph or a picture of these items that she showed you?
I did.
All right. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you 4 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they photos of?
This first photo is the photograph of what she described as the sippy cup.
Okay. That's fine. Go to the next one.
And then the next photo I'm looking at is the bedroom that she reported to be staying in with Preston Wood.
Okay. All right. And the next one.
The next photo is the photo of the what she described as the memory box.
Okay, is there one more?
And the next photo is the outfit that she showed to me
All right.
on the hanger.
And do you recognize those as being the photos that you took that day while you were in the residence?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate photos of what you saw?
Yes.
Judge, we've moved to make those exhibits 58 through 61.
Okay. We did 4 exhibits.
Judge, I'm going to ask to publish those if I could. Mr. Lewis, I'm showing what's Exhibit 58. What is that photo of?
This is a photo of the cup that Megan Boswell informed me that Evelyn Boswell would drink from.
Is that the only kind of dish or spoon or item of silverware that she showed you that
Yes.
belonged to Evelyn? Now looking at Exhibit 59, what's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of Megan Boswell standing in the room where she reported to be living with Preston Wood.
Did you observe any items, any baby items, toys, clothing, anything else in that room?
No.
Now looking at Exhibit 60, what is that?
That is the box that Megan Boswell showed to me that she described as the memory box with items of a rattler, handprint, and footprints of Evelyn.
Okay. Did you take any of these items at this time, or did you just take photographs of it?
I just took photographs.
And now showing you Exhibit 61.
This is a photograph of the outfit that Megan showed me was Evelyn's, but it was still on the hangers and had tags on it. It was new.
Okay. You tailed off a little bit there. Did you say it still had tags on it?
Yes.
Okay. Any other items of children's clothing that she was able to show you?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed your lunch is here, so we're going to stop. We'll be back at 1:15. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. You're not watching the live stream of the trial. Can you cut that now? And, come back on.
Yes, sir.
Well, one stand, please.
All right, so they are going to lunch. Hello, everyone. They're going to lunch. So Miss Hargrove, yes. I'm gonna fast forward. since I, speak to the people that just came in, I like to speak and speak verbally to everyone. So, shout out to FFS. Thank you for showing up today, brother. I hope you're feeling well. Nessa C. What's up, Nessa? Nessa, follow Nessa. I dropped her link in the chat on Instagram. And she'll follow you back. And if you have anything that you share, Nessa, she's a sharing person, a caring person. So sharing is caring. She loves that. She loves to share. What people have going on. So shout out to Nessa. And let's see who else we have in here. Alvin Roy, welcome to the membership. So yeah, the creators get to give out 10 memberships monthly. We don't get to select who gets the memberships, just like if someone gives memberships, they don't get to select who they give the membership to. YouTube just does it randomly. They normally gift people that are active on your channel or have been in your bushes or whatever have you. And who else was okay? So Miss MFing Hargrove, what's up, lady? To you, yeah, this is a very disturbing case. So Megan is on trial, for unaliving her daughter Emily, who was 15 months old. Is pretty, the case is pretty, disturbing. We want to say all types of stuff in the chat, but yes, Peter, to your point, YouTube is it's censored, and I don't think that censorship is going to stop. It has nothing to do with anything else other than these are their guidelines. So other platforms you can say those things on. You can say those things on Twitter, and even before Twitter became X, you still could see those things on Twitter. You can say those things on Twitter. You can watch all types of videos on Twitter. You wouldn't dare be able to get away with for 1 minute over here. So Twitter has never been a place that was censored, regardless of what, when it was Twitter and now that it's X. They've never been censored on Twitter. They may just put a sensitive content shield over your information or post, and they give you a warning like, hey, this contains whatever, enter at your own risk. And if you don't have an account over there and you go clicking around and you get to one of those posts, you have to prove to them that you're 18. So that's how they do it. So Touche, welcome to the family. Regina Aries, welcome. Resins Rose, welcome. Alvin Roy, he said thank you so much, sir, for saying thank you for the membership. Welcome to the family. Take advantage of the membership channel emojis. And we have Renegade Taurus. Welcome to the family. You can take advantage of the emoji. So right now, while I'm fast forwarding, I'm going to ask everyone to drop a Evelyn emoji, a cutie Evelyn emoji down in the chat. Her picture is on the screen here. She is a beautiful child. I can't even imagine what could have been so bad for you to discard, even if she rolled over on the baby, all right? What all the extra, the aluminum foil, the trash bag, the kitchen garbage can. And another thing, the detective said that when they looked at her head and stuff wasn't normal. It's like her head was, Lord help us all. Her head was, it wasn't normal. And this CPS worker, to Peter's point, anybody that watches me or follows me know I have a big issue with CPS right about now. They don't do their due diligence. In this case, I don't think so. The only case he's saying that she ever had of her was they called him because of this case. So she didn't have a CPS case. She doesn't have many pictures of her, but the ones that I've seen, you know, she looks clean in those pictures. She looks healthy in those pictures. So I just don't know what in the world happened to her. But it's a sad thing. Some people don't deserve to be mothers. Parenthood is not for everybody, but there are safe guards in place that if you cannot take care of your child, that where you can drop the child off, they won't bring any charges against you. You just can't handle the child. The hospital and the police station, you don't have to leave the child on the steps. You can bring the child inside and say, hey, I have this child. She's whatever age. I can't take care of her no more. Leave the child there. You won't get in trouble. They let you walk right back out because that is something that they put in place to try to, get away from having all of these cases. But, CPS does drop the ball often. And a lot of times CPS are called in cases like the one we have now of Naziah Harris. The CPS was called in this case. Reports were filed in this case. CPS did a investigation and they dropped the ball. There's no other way around it. You spoke to Shannon. Shannon lied to CPS way before this case happened. And she tried to say she didn't know the Jarvis was, an essayer. You see how I said essayer, Peter? We can't even say that. We can't say or type X or actual. You can't. Actual. We can't say it. Like YouTube is highly, and they will not just, in some cases they will take your channel down for that. It's sad, but I mean, you allow these cases to be played on here and then you get mad and we can't say red rum spelled the other way. We can't say red rum and rum. We have to say red rum or unalive. Can't even write it in a description. They flag it before you even finish. And if you go to click save, they won't publish it. You have a word somewhere in and it's a red one, or how many words that's in there. You have to go through and find them and change them. I'm like, well, this is what the stations. Okay. So here we are. They're back from lunch, and the CPS worker is back on the stand. Oh, I had to bring it over. Duh.
Baby, see you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
I think where we left off, we had just talked about the photos of the items that you took pictures of at the residence where you located Miss Boswell. After you met and talked with her there, what did you do next?
Oh, she was
investigation.
18.
So after we spoke with Megan Boswell, we had received information of the address of Ethan Perry, where he maybe be staying, and so Detective Perez and I received.
Yeah, we can't even say. She had to put the G on the front.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
That word really gets you in trouble.
Ethan was not there. We spoke to his parents.
That's what happened, you do.
And tried to inquire more information to the whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
Did you find Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. All right. So what did you do after that?
From there, after we spoke to
she lived by
Ethan's
herself.
parents, we proceeded to go back to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where we met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
more.
Mm-hmm.
And who was present there at the Sheriff's Office when you spoke to Miss Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Perez.
All right. And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. We spoke to her in the interview room.
Okay. And is that here in Blumpville, Sullivan
Yes,
County?
Sullivan County.
All right. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Harras?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Ms. Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
Be full exhibit.
All right, and if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said in the video. Does everybody understand that?
Well, we're back. Hello. Ethan does not have the baby.
But I don't know where she's at, so she's having yet or last.
He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas.
He has seen her. I promise you, yeah.
And he went back where he is.
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know either.
Yeah, my point is exactly.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is?
No.
Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put on a camera or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January.
Well, he went back. January the 1st.
We were,
And he did not take her with him.
Well, then I don't know. I really don't, like, what do you do when the child's missing?
And you told us you were going to meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. No. What was that about?
I was going to try to contact him again and meet me.
You said he lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I, like, went to go see her was.
How was you going to contact him? You said that you didn't have a phone number.
I was going to try to message him from her stuff, get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December.
And then he came back up in December.
Right. And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and her went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu and
I didn't
because
have
of the
her.
grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you did.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
oh, wow. Snippy.
So when did the exchange happen where he dropped Evelyn off of him? That you're saying it was happening?
It must have been a couple days after that. New Year's. It was before New Year's because me and her didn't have our New Year's. Me and her went to a party on New Year's.
They went to fun.
So how long have you and Hunter been together? A couple months.
This is what they said when they said she was cold as ice, like no emotion. None.
Are you going to put out an ambulance or anything, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
What are you gonna do? What y'all gonna do?
What was the conversation like that you had?
Whew, child.
After you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even like pull up the driveway, drop her off, maybe walk it up.
I'm sorry, y'all had to speed her up a little bit.
Walk it up the driveway.
What kind of relationship do you and Ethan have now, as far as?
What do you mean?
Really?
Are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever.
She moved out with him
He's
to
not ready to
Cloverleaf.
get together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've
Wow.
not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him. He doesn't answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
No.
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I'll be him off on his phone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried texting him. He's not responding. I've left his voicemail and stuff. He just does not answer. Does not call back.
And when do you ask him any text messages or voice messages?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My real mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I was just wondering if she still live on West Carter Valley?
she's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's going to go to or not.
If, let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know because, like, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he used to go like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So, I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the ones?
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but, like, as far as I knew, anytime that, like, they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul's not his grandfather, but it's like his step-grandfather, and he would, like, all the time ask me about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
How come?
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of, like, stopped talking to his family. They didn't really help him out while he was here. Or went to the Army.
Oh, gosh, she's talking pretty fast.
And you don't have a phone?
No, I'll use others.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her? Or?
Yeah, we'll leave a description.
Wow.
I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think she ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke, though. I just know it was bruised. That's all I know. I mean, I don't lie to you. When she was with me, there were a couple times when she was trying to watch, she was like falling bruised or cheek, you know what I'm saying? But, like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. Like, I can't whip a kid. You know what I mean? I know some people disagree with that. Like, I mean, I just can't.
I mean, they're going to fall when they...
Well, yeah, but I mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, Mama called and said that you abused her because she had a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that, like, because for one, like, I'd never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know, because when kids are...
Her attitude here, y'all, I ain't mean to stop it, but her attitude right here stinks. And this is where they were saying that she had no emotion. Like, look how she's talking to her like she's being confrontational to me. Like, they're not the ones confronting her. She's, like, combative and, you know... She's very combative, like what, girl? And this is all the stuff that she was telling them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree. So Peter, this is so sad. CPS was at fault for 3-year-old twins getting into parents 8 ounces of Schnane. He said Coke drink. Yep. Both, we have to say, you see that Peter Schnane? Because, yeah, that's YouTube. Both kids were gone by the time we arrived. Parents waited 4 hours to call. They were reported to CPS twice, nothing done. Correct. It is a lot of things that are going on. Like I said, Naziah Harris can be with us today had CPS did their job. And not just CPS, law enforcement, the SA offender registry list, whoever's ahead of that, Jarvis Butts, his probation, parole, whatever he was on. Like, yeah, they dropped the ball all the freaking time. And, the kids are the ones that wind up suffering. Cold is not, she is cold, calculated, everything. And I don't think that this is a DP case. I mean, in Tennessee, do they have because some states don't have the DP but yeah, I'm gonna look that up. I try to stay away from that topic, but whatever God sees fit for, if they did have it, then that's what he has. I believe so. I believe that that's coming. Yup. They're not. Let's get back into the video because this girl's making me mad. I want to find her my daggone self.
Bad, I believe, oh, you should take a toy with him or something, like. And like I said, a lot of people agree with that, you should spank your kids. I'm not one of those people.
Just read in between what she putting out, what she putting down. Just read in between those lines.
You gave the baby to Eve.
Oh, they do? All right. Thank you.
Stuff for the baby, because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff. Some for baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only bottles I had for her was just one sippy cup. And it wasn't even a sippy cup, it was one of the kids' nuke pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, the straws in it? She's already switched the straws.
Wasn't the
And
cup blue or
nothing else,
aqua?
I would just go buy little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I had baby stuff a mommy's and stuff like that, my grandma. And my car seat's in Hunter's truck. Her car seat. Is that what you were going to use to pick her up? Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, we can take the Lexus to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck. So,
you and Peter said it.
Tomorrow at 4, who were we going to meet down there? I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, he really did not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? When was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Tomorrow's 19th, right? I think, yeah, the next right.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me if I had custody of her, and I said you'll have to take the court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want to have custody, we're going to go to court and it's going to be set up the right way. But I'm not just going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
When did that happen? When did you get mad about that?
It was the day of Christmas.
When did you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him?
Yeah.
Whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at Scotland Clint's house on their son's room.
Hunter went to a New Year's Eve party?
Yeah. Hunter's first name is Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
Went to a New Year's Eve party. You were that?
Yes, did you see that? Child, but she had them tears going when that jury was out there the other day. Today she's
Who is Clinch's friend?
That's one of my friends.
something is getting ready to come up about that. Yup. Something they keep saying.
So what do you think about the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I mean, I can kind of panic on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do. Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me, you know, my supervisor. They're on their way from Kingston.
Okay.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over the years?
Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi, whatever you want, that I know went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingston. Brother, didn't you know he was in Buffalo? You might have told him.
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Bluntville. It's on Memorial Boulevard, in between. So what do you want to do when Amber looks out? Like, what's the process after
Well,
that?
we're gonna have to go to Betty tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's gotta be found.
So what happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here. But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her, you don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
Ouch.
Hunter, you called him Hunter.
Yeah, that's his middle name, I'm sorry.
Well, I think I know what you called him. Was Hunter jealous of that baby? Because
No.
he was hiding her.
No.
I was just asking, because some people, you know, are like
No,
that.
he's not like that.
You know, maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that I wasn't his baby. We used to have thoughts like that all the time. I'd be like, I'll give you the DNA because I know the child's yours. Ethan and I used to get into it. He used to like threaten to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you as an investigator with DCS continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
No.
Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
No.
Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
No.
since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral,
Peter.
if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
No.
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
Or what was that through?
That was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
And as a result of that, was Ms. Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn had for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was, interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately 8 o'clock.
Okay, so a time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes. So,
Sounds right.
Weekend.
did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go? Is he the main understanding?
I don't think we can judge.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry. You agree, Mr. Scott? Yes. Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You released your opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Someone called Casey Saltz. Saltz, S-A.
Let's see if this is where we picked up at, because I think they, like I said, they had put the, I don't know why this channel did that, put the N on here and then, yeah, she thought it was a game. Let's see if this is the girl that we watched earlier. If so, then we are,
Yes.
I think we're done with day 3. I think they just clicked this and that's what we saw earlier.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Saltz, is that correct?
Yes.
And
Oh,
where do
no.
you live?
In Elizabethton?
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you to maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Or we'd ask the court to acknowledge that. She's identified the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or do you, and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking it kind of in the past tense. It's now closed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trozen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes, check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in, and then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits.
You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually like see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? Like how often would they come in?
They would come in like once a month for the first couple months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from, say, 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay. And same from 9 to 12 months would be just one
Yes.
visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient?
Yes.
Including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes, they would get like an automated call the day before.
Okay.
And we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I'm
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
It
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
We're just going to ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe, did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and okay. And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time, around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt.
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times.
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
In early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself?
Yes.
Of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she'd been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to, though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn? I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told.
I think she's saying that she did.
Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit. Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
I'm going to pass you a document and see if you can identify it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay. And do you recognize what that document is?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
My bad.
Yeah. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Okay. Can you see that okay? Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did.
Okay.
Where she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger, mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first time?
Yes. No, I've communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor. Permission to publish? Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. Okay. So obviously that's your name on the left, is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was.
And what was her response?
That she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, do you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay, I'm going to pass you. I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I just believe it's 2 pages. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay, so that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please. Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry. To keep this is one continuous. I'm going to give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please. Okay. And do you recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
Yes.
Okay. But that's to be that collective exhibit number 65. Permission to publish? Okay. Ms. Alts, I'm going to go through one page at a time with this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry?
December 6th, 2019.
And what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay. And what did you ask her?
Where she was working.
And what did Megan Boswell say?
The chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
Okay. And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from 4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. And does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say. And then she's staying after to clean, too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine, that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the whale child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh,
Or
when-
is that
when
was
it
on the side? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes.
And what does she say to you?
For her whale child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay. I'm gonna pass you one last set of photographs. I'll give you a second to read through them. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger.
Okay, what is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th of 2019.
Okay, and is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 66.
Okay. What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor. Permission to publish. And I'm going to show it to you one page at a time. Okay. So you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Okay. Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said
Actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
No.
Okay, so then what did you say?
I said I need to know. Dr. Pugh was asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay. And what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
That she was going to switch her pediatrician to someone closer.
Okay. And did she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
I told her no, it's okay. Dr. Pugh was just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Now, is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, et cetera,
Yes.
of the child? Okay. And I'm assuming you've met Evelyn yourself, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents, and they were busy, so she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit, and
Yeah.
it was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
Okay. All right. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn.
Ms. Saltz, right?
Yes.
My name's Dan Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth, up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Ms. Massengill asked you right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should, or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially, the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, She just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
That's all the questions I have.
Are you ready?
No, you're-
Did she be released from the stand?
Yes, Your Honor. She can be released.
Ms. Austin, thank you for your testimony today. And you can be released from the stand.
Thank you.
State's called Dr. Barbara Pugh.
Okay, so wait. Oh, so Jazzy, Flesh is going live.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
Because he said he didn't know, so let me see.
I did.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right. Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there from your pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
So how did that work when you had a patient?
Yeah,
there in
I
the
don't
office?
see anything
One
from
doctor-
Flesh,
Was that assigned to
Jazzy.
a
So
specific patient, or was it just kind of on a?
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
Okay. And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trojan, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trojan got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and the pediatrics we consider that a concern, so
Right.
she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep, mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got some antibiotics for a couple of days, but she went home at 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days is how she was, but she came for the second visit, and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visit, in 2 weeks, she was doing well. She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal. No.
Developing normal like a
Yes, she
newborn
was growing
would?
well, and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay, so meeting normal milestones, nothing that,
Yes.
as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern?
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th, 2019?
That probably would have been her 12, it should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit, is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that, but she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see the child regularly during the early parts of her
Yes.
life, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a.
Okay. So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
Well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up, but all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay.
All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trojan saw her that day for a sick visit.
So the last time your office saw her?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients
Yes,
there?
but I sold my practice to, when they made the charts are maintained with Dr. Justin Jones. with Valley Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
All right. Okay. Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
So, all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my understanding?
Not the first and the last visit. I didn't
Okay,
see
the
her.
last. But you would have had access, or when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician is examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to require to investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So, fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way
Yes.
she should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling up until the point you
Chandel,
last
I don't know.
her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or, yes.
Oh, wow.
No, you're right.
She free to
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You
you.
released from your opinion. Here we go. Right, ma'am.
Is it still, Chandel, is it still going in and out?
Raise your hand, sir.
It's still going in and out now?
Swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Now, see, like, speaking.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, just get this
Okay,
straight for
thank
everybody.
you.
You are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Uh-oh.
Did Ethan ever live with you growing up?
Uh-oh.
He did from birth to he was about 11.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
She was dating Ethan.
Okay, that's not me. That's the video. That's the video feed. That's the video feed. They don't stop. Like, what's going on? Yeah, that's the video feed. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here.
I had tried to get Megan to bring Evelyn to the house. I wanted her to give her a gift and get to see her, and so I'd set that up with her, and then I found out Ethan was in also, and anyway, ended up getting them both to come. I didn't know if they were going to come at the same time, but they did.
Okay.
They came at the same time in the same car.
All right. So they both came over to your house there in Johnson City.
Correct.
Right before Christmas.
Correct.
Okay. Was Evelyn with Megan?
She was not.
Did you inquire where she was?
I did.
And
She told me that Evelyn had the flu and was staying with her grandmother, and that she was sick and didn't want to expose us.
okay.
So did you go on to visit with Megan and Ethan while they were there?
We did.
You mentioned that you had Christmas gifts for Evelyn.
Correct.
Did you give them to Megan?
I did.
After she left, did you ever get any photos or messages or anything that showed Evelyn with the gifts that you've given her?
Oh, I asked her before she left the house. I said, "Please send me a video of her opening her gift," and she said she would, but I did not get that. And then later, I did text her and ask her if Evelyn liked her gift, and she said yes.
You never saw any photos?
Never saw any photos.
You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have.
Mr. Miller, you said that Megan made you aware you were a grandparent.
Correct.
That y'all were friends on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time?
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother?
It did.
And that she loved the child?
It did.
And that she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her?
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen and the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
So other than up until December then, you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for?
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
You can't do that. Just
Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir, and with your call.
Thank you.
we approached it.
Plate 15.
One stand, please. Maybe seated, thank you. Stand for recess.
So yeah, she got them stupid glasses that they all put on to make themselves look like they doing something. She got on them glasses. That's not doing nothing for you. Let's see, because I believe this may be where we started. Unless they just let me see if this is the same from where they took it the last time. But yeah, she got on them stupid glasses like let me see what's going on over here to see if this is where we oh no, so this is actually some body else. Oh, I wonder who this is.
Call trade number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Wait, this is
Mr.
when we
Lawrence, do you know
started.
the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
Okay, so yeah, this is where we
Her name
started,
was
right?
Madison
So
She-
hold on, because I think they broke the video up and then they started from this point. So I believe we saw this already. We had saw up to this point. Yeah, we did. See, I wonder why they broke the video up like that and then just put the whole video back up here. Yeah, so let me see something because her this girl's here, her testimony. Let me see, because I believe if they didn't. I think that I'm thinking. Oh, okay. So yeah, we did see this because she's the one that was crying, telling Evelyn too. Yeah. So this girl, she's a whole. All right. So we did see that. We did see this. Okay. So what they did, they chopped it up and had this video on the other one. You got 100%. I got enough of him. Oh my goodness, y'all is cutting up in the chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end this. I don't think Flush is going live today. I don't see a video scheduled for Flush because that's what I didn't know day 3 was. I mean day 2 was this long. So I'm going to cut the video here because it is extremely long. I'm going to schedule the video. I know like people that have been here for the whole stream need to go and get something to eat. What time is it? 7:33. So probably like 8:15. I'm going to start day 3 on 8:15 and at 8:15 and then it's going to be a different stream now. 8:15 I'm going to start another stream, or 8:30 I'll start it. I'm not going to start another stream at 8:30 for day 3 because they had day 4 today, which is Saturday. And I think they're doing that because the jury is sequestered. So every day that the jury is sequestered, they have to pay for it. So that may be why they are they had Saturday court. It's not like common, but it's also something that is not the first time that it has happened. And normally it is for these type of cases where the jury is sequestered and they are paying for them to stay in a hotel, and they have to feed them and all of that, and they have to be kept together, They have to, security has to be there to make sure, yeah, that they're not like talking or anybody's not trying to, find them and, talk to them about the case. So yeah, jury sequestering is very, very crazy. So I can see that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the stream again at around 8:30. I know people want to eat, they're tired, whatever. I'll start it. It's 8:30. It's 7:34, so I'll start it at 8:30. I just have to set it up. I have the thumbnail and everything made to set it up, and I will see you back then. At that time, if you come back, and I hope you will come back and watch this with us. Shout out to No One for the music that is playing behind the video. You guys can go and sub up to him and talk to him about getting music to put behind your video. I appreciate him so much. So it wouldn't be me if I didn't end the show by raising awareness that men can get breast cancer too, because of the stigma associated with the word breast. We started using the term pec and/or chest cancer. So let's continue to break the stigma and spread awareness. And to my ladies, please make sure that you're getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. And don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm Survivor Speaks, and thanks to I wanted to give a big shout out to our channel sponsor, Peter Ortiz. He left already, said he'd be back later, but we're going to be on another stream. He'll find it if he's coming back. Shout out to Peter. We appreciate Peter over here. Always. Let me just make sure Flesh has not started scheduled anything. He said he didn't know whether he was going live today. It's his anniversary. Happy anniversary to Flex. If you're not sub to Flesh of the Gods, what are you doing? So shout out to Flesh and happy anniversary once again. Looks like he'll be hanging out with his significant other tonight during their anniversary. He was in here earlier. Shout out to all of the mods holding it down in here. The head of my PI holding it down as a mod and a PI, and my captain mod holding it down as captain mod and doing that PI work as well. Love them all. They all, serve a great purpose here and are very much appreciated. So we're going to get out of here. I'll see you guys in the next stream. I'm going to be starting at 8:30. We're going to pick right up where we left off. And I have new merch in the shop. So just to give you a quick rundown of how this works. So any purchase made through the merch shop, the majority of the proceeds gets donated to someone that is battling cancer. So check it out. We got mini Viber merch. We got Hood Viber merch, Warrior Viber merch, and Fight Like a Queen merch. And I think you guys are gonna love it. She's just, her legs the design is just off the chain. I love it. So you guys can go in there and check it out. And see you guys around 8:30. Thank you for sticking it out and watching with us. This case is very difficult to sit through, but very educational and informative. All right, check you guys out later. Peace.
Full cycle, I just might though, just like a Michael. Mama gone now, I'm thinking death is not we entitled. And it was me versus me, them battles had to fight through. And when you way in the dark, them demons try to fight you. But you can't let them when you gotta see the damn light. Diabetes came from nowhere, messed up whole life. That's what I used to think. My mom